Rain is great, but all things in moderation. We had Pacific Northwest level cloud cover and rain all summer to go with our unusual subtropical heat. That's gross. Alright, so it's morning. I'm trying to chug down Mountain Dew, not only to wake myself up, but to lubricate my throat. Because my throat is never good in the morning. It always takes me a few hours to get going. But hey, we're gonna do this anyway. And we're on day 39. We're at the Carter Hydro Dam. We have stuff and things with us. We're not doing too bad. Not doing too bad. Why do I have a stank line on me? Almost morning. What's stinky? I have a fresh deer hide. Let's drop that. Do I have food? Oh, I got fresh meat on me. Where the heck am I? Where the heck am I? I do not have the Rona. It is just morning af. I have morning af. Let's cook those. Do I have any wood? Oh, I got plenty of wood. Okay, I got some wood. So what's the plan? So this character we have so far. Well, let me get a fire started here real quick. Let me get a fire started, and then we'll go over the plan because I don't even know what the plan is. So far, this character has been in Hutch River Valley. This character has been in Forlorn Muskeg, Milton, and a little bit of Mystery Lake, and that's about it. I don't even think we've gone to. I don't think we've even been in the Ravine yet, or Winding River. We've not gone outside of either of those areas yet, so. Let's put our meat on to cook.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Alright. So let's see what clothing we have right now. So we got deerskin pants. We got trail boots. We got that there. Where did I find the fire striker? I have no idea. I have no idea. You'd have to go back and watch the VOD because I honestly do not know. I honestly don't know where we found our fire striker at. It's a mystery to me too. So let's see where we've been. So, River Valley is where we started. We trunked around in there for the first like 5 days of the run. Then we went to Vista. Then we went to Mountain Town. Went down to Forlorn Muskeg and forged on day 10. We then are all around in Mountain Town for a long while. I'm guessing we found the fire striker in Mountain Town, or we might have found it in the. Let's see, that's Mystery Lake. Oh, we might have found it at the Lake Overlook. We did go to Deadfall, Max's Last Stand, Trapper's Cabin, Unnamed Pond, or we might have found it at the fire, we might have found it at the Hunter's Blind on Unnamed Pond. That's the other one. That's the other one that it could possibly be at. Okay, that's where we killed the moose. That we came here to the Carter Hydro Dam, and that's it. Okay, so that makes it pretty easy. Don't mean to be intrusive, but have you checked if your cough has STH to lactose? It has STH to lactose intolerance. I don't do dairy, so wouldn't matter. Wouldn't matter. I don't do dairy. I just don't do it. It's the pressure. It's the pressure and the temperature changes outside, and air conditioning makes it worse for me too. So. And I had strep throat about a week ago, and really bad sinus problems too. So, It's just how the morning is for me every day of the year for my entire life. Believe me, I've been into doctors. My mom took me into doctors when I was younger. Nothing can be done about it. And I don't really like medications very much, so.
I wonder if I can drop
It's just my morning voice. I usually do not. In my real life, I usually just kind of shuffle around for about the first 2 to 3 hours of my day, and I barely say a word to anybody. And then about 2 or 3 hours later, everything's fine. Everything's fine. I don't feel bad. It's just I always have a little bit of cough. Little bit of cough. It just is what it is. It's Hong Kong. Hey, good God. It's past midnight over there. Oh, I forgot we have a moose hide. We got 2 deer hides. We got some rabbity boos. We got another deer hide here. God, we had all this stuff. So that's our plan right now, is we're letting all this stuff dry or cure. And we got a little bit of cured maple. We got a birch and a maple here curing as well. We're letting this stuff all cure so that we can make our stuff. Yeah, I wish there was something that could be done about my coughity cough, but nothing seems to really help. Just time and patience. And I don't worry about it. I don't let it bother me. I don't bother it, it don't bother me. Alright, so we got that there. We got some arrowheads there we can make stuff into. Let's throw some feathers in there too. Alrighty. Alright. Once I get this really deep voice in the morning, it's really cool. I can just sit here and talk like this all day long. Hey now. Ladies. How's it going, everybody? Alright, so let's craft up our birch bark. And one of our rose hips. George, you're great. Very happy about it. Also, I can walk without a crutch. Nice. Nice. I'm very happy for you, my friend. That's good news. Good news. I guess I can turn that into tinder. Might as well get it a little further into the day. Short bus. Short bus. Gosh, I can't even talk this morning. Maybe it's worse. Maybe Long Duck is worse than I thought. Sub. I'm just like my speech is all slurred. I can barely talk. Hey, Finland, how's it going? All right, let's leave a few stickity poos here, just so we have some when we come back. There we go. Too much tequila? No, I don't drink anymore. Drinking me does not agree. And I rhymed. And I didn't mean to. Anybody want a peanut? No more rhymes, I mean it. Anybody want a peanut? Alright, so we repaired that up. Oh yeah, I think we got attacked by a wolf or something at some point. Because yeah, our stuff got wrecked. Look at that. That got wrecked. Our shoes got wrecked. Our hat got wrecked. Our gloves got wrecked. Our coat got wrecked. I think we actually ran into a wolf. I could tell from the stats. Oh yeah, we went down to 45% yesterday. Oh yeah, we were at like 76, then we dropped to 45. We must have got hit by a wolf coming up here or something. I don't remember it, but we must have. All right, let's drop the toolkit. Oh, we have a second. Okay, well, I definitely need to look at my loot because we got a second. We got a second hacksaw. So let's lighten ourselves up a little bit. Okay, we got our pots. I really will not need this in the ravine. I don't know if I need that many torches or not. Don't need the metal on me either. It's not much weight, but every little bit you can pare down is a good thing to pare down. All right. So I say we go out to the ravine and check out the ravine a little bit. You drink Diet Pepsi and tea. See, I drink Mountain Dew. Well, I usually drink Sobe. I think that's the other problem, is I'm going through Sobe withdrawals since Sobe hasn't been around here for ages. My body is slowly getting weaned off Sobe. That's the other problem. So, yeah. Until my body's, like, recovered from Sobe withdrawal, I'll probably be having some hard times. By the way, Mystery Lake is an amazing zone for the loot. There's so much good loot in Mystery Lake that I highly recommend if you play Interloper to come to Mystery Lake, because you'll not regret it. You will not regret coming to Mystery Lake. There's just too much good stuff here for you. What's our skills at? We got Carcass Harvesting 4, Cooking is almost halfway through 4, Fire Starting's halfway through 2, Archery's almost 4, Mending is about a third of the way into 2. So that's not too bad. What happens when the hide loses condition to 0? Well, then it's not usable anymore. But as long as you put the hide down and get it cured, it doesn't matter what condition it's in. As long as it's, even if it's at 0%, if it says cured on it, you can use it. Does that make sense? Now that would be a very strange thing for your hide, because as the hides cure, they do lose condition. It would be a very strange thing for you. I've had hides get down into single digits, but still be cured, and they still make clothing that's just as good as the clothing that comes from, you know, higher level stuff. So the level on the clothing, unless the hide or gut is at 0% and it's uncured, it doesn't matter.
I'll take it.
An uncured hide or gut at 0% is worthless. Now, a cured hide or gut at 0% is worth something, because you can actually do something with it. You can actually craft with it. Hey, we got some gloves. We got some gloves. Wow, those gloves are already at 0%. That's crazy. So the ultimate goal for this character is I want to get this character to Ash Canyon. And I want this character to get the backpack and the crampons. I want to have a bearskin coat, a moose hide satchel, a moose hide coat, deerskin pants and boots, rabbit skin hat and gloves. Basically have the full kit put together. What's my favorite interloper spawn? Hey, Blackman PL, how you doing? My favorite interloper spawn, if I had to pick a spawn point, I would pick Hush River Valley. Every single time. I think Hush River Valley, Hush River Valley, Hush River value. Hush River Valley gives you the best, by far, the best loot initially in the game. You get two boxes of matches. You get a hacksaw, a bedroll, a heavy hammer, a Mackinac jacket, a pair of combat pants, a head wrap, all that good stuff. HRV is great value provided you know the map. Oh yeah, you have to know the map. Where do you find matches there? There's matches in the actual Hush River Canyon. Let's go out here. Let's go inside. Get a save point real quick. Should give me a save point. Okay. I'll show you real quick. Forlorn Muskeg is a good one. Forlorn Muskeg is a good start. I like Forlorn Muskeg actually. All right, so this is our Fearless Navigator. So if you are in Hush River Valley, there's Hush River Valley. There's only two places you'll spawn in Hush River. Period. You'll either spawn up above the Longshot Falls area, or you'll spawn down here at the head of the river. Those are the only two spawn points. In either situation, what you want to do is you want to come down. Well, if you spawn up here, you'll have to skitter down into the Hush River itself. This is the Hush River here. You'll have to skitter down into the Hush River, and then, well, actually, you'll have to cross this and then skitter down over in here somewhere. But then you want to make your way to this outdoor cave. If you spawn up here, you want to make your way down the river and make it to this outdoor cave. That's where your initial matches are. You then want to come out of that cave and go down the river into this cave here, which is the cave that has Scruffy in it. But that cave also has the bedroll, the hacksaw, another box of matches, some food, some wood. But that has Sketchy in it. I mean, it has Sketchy. He's a very sketchy wolf. But you want to get the stuff out of that cave, then come back out. Come around here to the Reclusive Falls. There's a cave right here as well. I don't know why it's not on this map. But there's a cave right here as well. And that's the ice cave with the waterfall in front of it. And that will have your head wrap and your combat pants in it. And that's where you get all the stuff right there. And then you just walk. Then you just basically come down the river, and you walk up this way, all the way down here, kind of circle around here by Cloudtop Falls, come around here, and out you go. Yeah, everything's pretty close. It's all very close. And you spawn. I mean, everything is right here. You technically don't need to go anywhere else. Now you can, if you want to, you can check for the mysterious signal fire, which can be over here, or it can be over in here somewhere. I don't have it on this map because you only get one signal fire. The signal fires are a little tough to get to, but you do come out of there with a Mackinac jacket and a heavy hammer on Interloper. Which means at that point you're ready to forge once you come out of Hush River Valley. So, not too bad. Where the heck are we? Am I really in Ash Canyon? Oh, I'm up here by the moose. Oh, I'm in Stone Shelf Cave. Okay. Like, where the frick am I? Got a whole mess of stuff back here. Need to get a save point for this. Oh, it's the wrong save game, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Well, I'll get a save point here anyway. This is my Fearless Navigator character. This is the guy that we take, and he goes and maps out new areas for us when new areas come into the game. Right now we are up on what's called the Stone Shelf here in Ash Canyon. Look at all this meat and stuff we have. Holy crud! This is up in Ash Canyon. The gold mine is up over that direction.
power
gold
universe
mine's
can
up
stop
over
me.
there at the top of that cliff, but we can't get to it that way, and the Angler's Den is over that direction. The exit down to Timberwolf Mountains out that direction. So that's pretty cool. Thank you for the follow there, Faye. Alright, back to our actual character, not our Fearless Navigator character. Back to our actual HRV start character. But yeah, that's where you find the stuff. That's where you find it. Ash Canyon? Oh, Ash Canyon's not a bad spawn. I loves, how you doing? We are playing some Long Dark. We are, as a matter of fact. Okay, so I don't need that anymore. I'm trying to think. We got time on our stuff that's gonna take time to cure. This is gonna take time to cure. That's gonna take time to cure. I'm almost thinking, let's go to... I'm trying to think what's the smart move here. The adventurer in me says, let's go to Pleasant Valley and see if we can get the moose at the pond. And maybe the bear right there too, to get another bear hide. But the other side of me says, let's go to the ravine, get ourselves some more deer hides. Hold on one second. My friend just texted me. Text points! I say we go to the ravine, we quickly get some deer hides and some meat, because we need food here at the Carter Hydro Dam. The ravine and the winding river are great, and the ravine has more birch, too. There's always birch in the ravine. 3 to 4 birch in the ravine all the time. Well, let's go to the ravine. We'll get our birch. We'll get our birch bark, because there's lots of birch bark in the ravine as well. So, you moved a bunch of furniture today. What? Why did you move a bunch of furniture today? Why did I give out points? I just gave out points just to give out points, I guess. That's moving furniture points. Oh, I gave out points because I looked at that text. That's giving out points. That's moving furniture points. So the ravine has several really nice things about it. There's no predators in the ravine, period. So the only thing that can hurt you in the ravine is yourself. There's lots of fuel, both sticks and large pieces of lumber. A little bit of coal, and a lot of birch bark. A lot of birch bark. And we're gonna pick up a bunch of it. That's why I dumped off all those sticks at the Carter Hydro Dam, as I knew we were gonna. I wanted to come over here. I didn't know I was gonna come over here, but I wanted to come over here. Plus, I just like to stockpile sticks and stuff. I'm hoping we get a rope in this zone, because otherwise we're going to have to go get a rope. Oh, there's the deer. Otherwise, we're going to have to go get a rope, which is always a pain in the butt. Yeah, look at all this birch bark. Every 2 of those is like 6% health. That's the way I look at it. All right. Birch tea has calories as well, yep. Yeah, birch tea has, well, in my cooking level, 110 calories. And it also has liquid, too. So you get hydration as well as calories out of it. And for each one you drink, it gives you 2 hours of health regen, and 6% health over that 2 hours. Started with Dead Man Challenge, and then Interloper became easy. That can make Interloper seem very easy. Indeed. I need the skill ups. I'm sorry, Mr. Bunny. I saw you as nothing more than a skill up. I'm embarrassed to say. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the Dead Man Challenge. It's for me it's too much concentration. And I mean I get pretty concentrated on games. I got pretty concentrated on Horizon Zero Dawn for sure. But that's more of a concentration of I need to pay attention to the action because if I don't, then I'm gonna probably die. Please recycle the rabbit. Recycle? What do you mean recycle the rabbit? Okay, so we got no birch bark there. Ooh, there's a deer there. It's gonna be a tough shot between the trees. You mean use the rabbit? No, don't run, Mr. Deer. Don't be afraid, Mr. Deer. There's nobody here but you and me. Yeah, and you can't explore in low temps. Yeah. Like right now, I wouldn't even be out on Dead Man. I would be just huddled up somewhere trying to make a fire. Where is he? Oh, he's right there. Oh, he's walking back in the village. No, don't go behind the tree. You little jerk. You went right behind the tree, and then you stopped. And then you stopped. Shh. Whoa, baby. Hey, we got archery 4 off that too. That was cool. I don't even know if we can make a fire here. Oh, we can't make a fire there. Look at that. I bet we could even get a Maglin's fire. What do you say, Maglin's fire? Ho! Maglin's fire, Maglin's fire, Maglin's fire. Magdalena, hello, hello. My interloper starts are usually quite recklessly, pushing forward recklessly. I broke his heart. I did not break his heart. He's fine.
Come on!
Come on! Exactly. That's what I say, Astrid. Come on! Come on! Jeez! Give me that damn fire. Give me that fire there. Jeez Louise.
One little fire.
Yeah, and see, for me, Black Man, that's the thing is, like, I rather like the exploration end of the game. For me, wandering around and exploring cool areas, and I don't like to like camp up in an area. That's not really my jam. So I would rather be able to explore more. And so I think that's why, you know, Interloper's a little better for me because it offers me the option of exploring a little bit more of the game. What if he's faking it? Oh, he's not faking it. Now I'm gonna quarter this deer because that way if the weather radically changes on us, we can make a run for it for the cave. I don't think it's going to, but you never know. And if the weather doesn't make a radical change, we can always just sit here and cook. Harvest these bags up, but hey, we got the most important part of the deer, which is the hide and the guts, because that's mainly what we're looking for. Turn around, he bashes you from behind, steals your stuff. You have to run away naked from a deer stalking you with a bow. That sounds horrific.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
I don't want to think about that. That doesn't sound fun. We'll get that rabbit in a minute. I just want to get these Okay, we got like 39 minutes. I just want to get these harvested up real quick. Yargold, hello, hello.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
I can drop that and that for sure. Hey, hazard headline. I finally have some time for myself, but I don't know what to do with it. Thought I'd settle down here for a while. Hope you're having a nice day. Oh, well, thank you so much. Yes, I'm glad you're settling down here too. But yes, we are just doing a little bit of the long dark fun. Just a little long dark. Makes me want to start in Hutch River Valley. Well, this character started in Hutch River Valley. So if you wanna see like the very first part of Hutch River Valley, Blackman PL, you could check out the YouTube and because it's all up there. I mean, my Hutch River Valley starts are very similar. Like I said, there's like specific things to do in Hutch River itself to get out of there, to get the loot and get out of there. So it's not really, I mean, that zone is very it can turn you around very quickly. It really truly can. That I think is the biggest problem a lot of people have, and even that map that I showed you is not super great because that zone, the map shows it in one dimension, and that zone is very multi-dimensional. As far as like different levels, different heights, different elevations throughout the zone, and so that does make it a little bit trickier. Oh, really?
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Something happened to the Ash Canyon start. We turned that one over to a Stream Loots run. We went, we've lived with her long enough. We're going to make her a Stream Loots run now. So now she's a Stream Loots run.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Now she's suffering. Now she's suffering in the Stream Loots world. Because she's a Stream Loots girl living in a Stream Loots world. Getting tortured by everybody. Because that's always fun. It's always fun. Alright. Let's go see if this deer died over here somewhere. Yep, deer's right over here. Really? Probably lose a couple bags of meat. Oh shoot, I had that meat on the fire. Oh well, that's okay. Oh my god, almost all the bags of meat disappeared in the wall. Yep, almost all the bags of meat disappeared in the wall. That sucks. That's where it's probably better to not quarter an animal, because we lost half the meat. It's been a while since Streamloot's character died. Yeah, they basically tortured me. There hasn't been really one that died lately. It's just been more torture. Oh, hey, look, the meat didn't get damaged. Well, that's pretty cool. It has been a little while since one's actually perished, though.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Oh, goodness gracious. We do have a lot on us. We got, what, 50 kilos on us right now? So we are a little heavy. Doom.
Starting to feel numb.
Oh, shush a doodle. She'll be fine. We just gotta get over to the cave over here. There's this nice little cave out here in the ravine. Actually, there's 2 caves. I like this one just because of its close proximity to Mystery Lake. And if things actually go foobar and pear-shaped here, if it goes foobar and pear-shaped, we can run back to the Carter Hydro Dam and get warm again. Because, like, if there's a really bad blizzard... Oh, there's our birch, by the way. And for some reason we can't start a fire, or the fire's not warm enough to keep us alive during the blizzard, or something like that, we can always run back that direction to the Carter Hydro Dam. We're going to go in here and drop off our stuff. But we are going to do stream loots tomorrow morning. Now, tomorrow morning, I'm only streaming in the morning, then I'm going out to my nephew's birthday in the afternoon. So yeah.
Oh, so
Connor J's birthday party's tomorrow. Drop these over here, drop that over here. Grab that cedar. Let's harvest up the rest of Mr. Rabbit. Always use your hands if you can. Your hands don't need to be sharpened, and it takes just as much time to take a hide with hands as it does with your tools. I'm gonna go grab that birch while I'm thinking about it. So today we're gonna play Long Dark until about 1 o'clock my time, which is about 3 hours 15 minutes away from now or so. And then we're gonna play a little bit of we're gonna start a brand new Chernobylite run. Chernobylite is a game that I have played a lot of. I played it starting in early access, and I played it throughout its sort of development. Seen several iterations of it. Now, I will say Chernobylite has changed a bunch since I started playing it, but the difference between changes that Chernobylite has made to their game and changes that, say, I don't know, Subnautica Plus Zero made to their game is that Chernobylite has always remained true to what they initially started their game as. Any changes or additions they've made have just enhanced the bones that were already there, which is the way that I believe early access stuff is done correctly. Because it's not like they fundamentally are changing their storyline, changing the way that their game works or functions. They're basically adding to it and making it a better overall product. So we're gonna play a little Chernobylite this afternoon because it's now fully released. I haven't played. I actually stopped playing it because I knew they were getting close to full release, and I was like, I just want to give it, I just sort of want to give it a chance to percolate a little bit because I've played a bunch of it. I've enjoyed it. It's kind of a first-person FPS RPG style game. I don't know exactly what to classify it as, because it does have some buildy type stuff that you do at your base and that you can do outside of your base. You can modify weapons. There's a few human enemies, not really a lot. There's a few human enemies, but there's also some Chernobylite creature enemies. But it's a pretty fun game. So we're going to play that for a little while. And then we're doing a little Escape the Pacific tonight because I'm not streaming tomorrow other than Long Dark. We're going to do some more Escape the Pacific this evening. And Escape is going to have, I hope, some new stuff here soon. I think they're coming back from vacation this next month. They, I say they like it's a whole group of people. The guy who's making the game, I believe, is coming back from vacation this next month, so we should see some new stuff from him soon. Alright, let's eat some food. Let's drink a soda can, because why not? There we go. Now we're all full up on food and water. We'll risk it. Oh, sounds like an aurora happened. I'm getting to the point where I should be able to last the night. Our bonus is at 16, so if we had a really bad like storm, it could kill us. But yeah, we're pretty good otherwise. We'll just drink down both these sodas because they give us some hydration. We don't have much water left. We need to make a fire, make some water, get our meats harvested up. Go check out the train over there today. Finding a line. There we're warm. There we're not. Okay. I want to sort of set these fires up right on the line. Wow, I have 16 birch bark. Holy crap, that's a lot of birch bark. That's eight more birch bark teas. You figure at six points of health per tea. That's 48. That's basically 50% health that we can gain back from those teas. Just under 50% health.
Perfect.
I mean, of course, you have to be thirsty to drink them. Thirsty or hungry to drink them. I don't want to build a second fire. But it's pretty freaking cool.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Oh, sheshadoodles. I waited over... Recently, I waited over 2 weeks for an aurora to access the elevator, and then I got 4 aurora nights in a row. Well, that's not bad, though, because at least you can go down and come back up. At least you weren't like Mark Wars Yargle, where you got down there during an aurora, and then the aurora left, and you had to wait over 2 weeks for another aurora. Let's make a little water. I almost forgot about that. Make like 4 liters. That's one thing too, boys and girls. Pots are one of the best things in the game. I know they're heavy, but it's so nice to be able to make water in pots compared to trying to make it in the cans. It takes less time to make 2 liters of water in a pot than it does a can. And it's just so nice. It's something you can set it. You can set it and forget it. Come back to it. See, it's not even melted yet. We can do other things. We can get all this stuff harvested up and ready to go. Get all this meat ready to go here. And then we can prepare up our birch barks. They only take 5 minutes to prepare for some reason. There we go. Our water should be getting close to being done. Yep, there we go. Now, I usually don't do this, but just for the sake of it, I'm going to cook in a pot. If you cook in a pot, it takes less time than it does if we just cooked it on the stone itself. So we're gonna do that. I'm not gonna risk eating that. I'm gonna get a cooking skill up off of that. If you heat up a can of food, even if you don't eat it, you get a cooking skill up for it. I don't think I have any teas. I don't think that's a found tea. I'll heat it up anyway just to do it. Those are all small teas. Wow, I have a lot of teas I can cook up. So even though I'm not going to eat this, I'm just going to pick it up. Because look, I get a cooking skill for it. I don't think that one I think I cooked myself. If you find an herbal tea or a coffee, if you find one already made, if you put it by a fire or on a fire and heat it up, you'll get a cooking skill point for it. So found coffees and teas, you get a skill up if you heat it back up again. Now, regular coffee and tea, like coffees and teas that you make yourself, you get no additional skill ups if you heat them back up again. And the same thing works with like cans of food. You get no additional skill up if you heat up the can of food after you've already heated up once. You get one heat up. You basically get one heat up or cook of any specific item in the game, and then that's what you get. You don't get it. You don't get a second bite at the apple. Those won't take very long to cook. 14 minutes. I always thought to put temporary base in front of the mine, sleep hour by hour, and then do the speed looting. That's how scared I am of getting stuck there. Yeah, well, and also on Interloper, there's not a ton of loot in that gold mine, or not in the gold mine. There's not a ton of loot in the abandoned mine in Coastal Highway. There just isn't. I don't know if they specifically did that just to troll Interloper players, but there's not a lot of stuff in there on Interloper. Not as much as there is. It's sort of like the Summit. Sort of like the Summit. If you're on Stalker, there's a lot of stuff there. If you're on Interloper, yeah, screw you. You don't get much. They're like, nah, you don't get very much from being on Interloper. But then again, that's pretty true throughout Interloper. Interloper is not a very loot heavy experience on any game file. So alright, let's throw the rabbit in there. Throw prepared birch bark in there. Stalker has a lot of items. I've always said, Blackman PL, that I wish if they were to add another difficulty level into the game, and I know people are always like, oh, they should add Dead Man in as a difficulty. They have As the Dead Sleep. That's good enough. If they want to add another difficulty level into the game, I would say add one between Stalker and Interloper, with a more moderate loot amount, with little less crazy wolves than Stalker, but with like Interloper weather, no weapons, or maybe very limited weapons. You know, something like a happy compromise between the two would be awesome. Yeah, on Interloper, you're lucky to find a thin wool sweater on the way to the summit. I know. We're lucky. We found 2 thin wool sweaters already. We had to rip apart one of our pairs of socks, though, unfortunately. But we did find 2 thin wool sweaters, so. But yeah, something between Stalker and Interloper would be a great. I think it would, because honestly, the difference between Stalker and Interloper is very, very jarring to a lot of people, because it's like you get to it and you're like, whoa, what is going on? There's just like nothing. See, and I wouldn't even care if they did like maybe just like the revolver on Interloper. I actually played a gun loper one time where I allowed myself to turn. I was a custom file, but I turned on revolvers and rifles. And my whole caveat to it is if I found one, I could only save enough rounds for the chamber. So for the revolver, I could save 6 rounds. And I was not allowed to use the rifle, but I saved 6 rounds for the revolver. And any other rounds that I found, I had to break down. And the only time I could fully stock up is if I went to Bleak Inlet and crafted my own ammo. Other than that, I got a revolver and 6 rounds, and that was it. I played Interloper the moment it got implemented, so I never actually tried any easier difficulty levels. Yeah, I played through Voyager, then I played through Stalker, worked my way up, well, I think a little too quickly into Interloper, because early Interloper for me was very, very frustrating, because it is a freaking, it is a meat grinder. It's like, it's like in Judge Dredd, where it's like the city's a meat grinder, and all we do is turn the handle. Interloper's a meat grinder, and all that game did to me for a while was turn the handle, and I came out the other side. Hey, it's another heavy hammer, which I don't need. I don't need another heavy hammer, dang you. I wanted a rope there. The jerry cannon here is pretty is a pretty, regular spawn. Yeah, you see Snow Pants, you're like, did they add new stuff? Expedition Parka? What the frick is that? Who gets an Expedition Parka? What, are we going on an expedition I didn't know about? Climbing socks? Actually, shortly after Hush River was implemented, Bob Cross, climbing socks were actually available in Hush River on Interloper. And the revolver was too for a little while. They've since taken those out from what I understand. But you could get, there was a place you could get a pair of climbing socks. It was in the ice cave. There was in the one ice cave, there's a little walk up that's in a lighted area, and it kind of walks you up. You have to kind of go up and then around, and sometimes there's a dead body, and sometimes there's a backpack up top, and the backpack up top would sometimes have climbing socks in it. That would sometimes have climbing socks in it, and possibly a revolver cartridge or two, and possibly a wool toque. So yeah, it was kind of funny. There was several little issues, and then and then there was sometimes a revolver in the same in those files. There was a revolver that would spawn on Monolith Lake, or by the smoke signal. It would spawn by the backpack. So, can all food under 50% give food poisoning? Oh yeah, sure. Well, and generally, any meat product, and sardines under 75% can give food poisoning. Now, stuff like these beef jerkies and candy bars, there's a lower percentage chance that they'll give you food poisoning, but I'm not gonna risk it. I ain't gonna risk it. Risk it for the biscuit. Let's just sharpen up our knife. Generally, I look at it. I look at it this way, Blackman PL. Anything that's in the orange is a high probability of giving you stuff. Is gunpowder useful on Interloper? As a fire starter, if you have gunpowder, it can act as accelerant for you. But that's about its only useful thing. I mean, it's a bit. Yeah, like Blackman PL said, it's a bit useful. It's not like super useful, but Yeah, it's sodas, herbal teas, coffees never get food poisoning. Crackers, I don't know if I've ever gotten food poisoning from crackers, to be honest. I don't know if I've ever gotten food poisoning from crackers. Crackers are the greatest of all time. Yeah, crackers for the weight they cost you. Get that juicy 600 calories for 1/10 of a kilo. You can't go wrong. If I could package crafters, if I could package crackers, good God, I can't speak today. Holy crap. If I could package them, I would, like, package them and do it myself. Yeah, crackers never decay. Or either that or they decay so slowly that, that you never really notice it. But that's why you'll always get crackers at the, that's why you'll always get crackers at the summit. There's always crackers in one of the containers at the summit. And you'll always get them. What's our weight right now? 31? Okay, that's not too bad. Got another deer over here. Woo! Caffeinated with the Twitch Prime sub for 2 months. Thank you so much, Caffeinated. I appreciate that very, very much. Anyway, I'll be back later. Girlfriend needs a pickup. Well, that is a very important thing to do, so go pick her up. All right, Bob. Have a good one. We'll see you. We'll see you later on, my friend. Thanks for popping by and hanging out with us for a little while. All right, let's check out the corpse here. Check out his backpack. Grab a couple rose hips. Might as well get the rose hips since we're here. It's very hurtful to hear. Oh, Stooley, I've always said, doesn't matter what level of difficulty you play Long Dark on, as long as you're playing the Long Dark and having fun, you're doing it right. You're always part of the Long Dark family, no matter what difficulty you're on. But how you doing, Stooley? I know you're just trolling me, you little silly goose. How's it going, Stooley? No, Stooley, unless you're playing on Interloper, you're just scum of the earth. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing unless you're playing on Interloper. I've never understood that mentality. Unless you're playing on the most difficult level ever, you don't know what you're doing and you suck. No, I'm not. I'm trying to find the, well, and there's some people, Yargle, that love, you know, playing on, say, Voyager because they want to just explore the game. They don't want to have the super huge challenge. They want to just explore and find everything and have fun in the game. And that's the thing, it's like that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And because I mean, this game has so much to explore in it. And so many bunnies to kill. I gotta get my skill up somehow, boys and girls. Bunnies don't fight back. Long Dark's extremely mellow without predators and bad weather. I get why people choose to play like that. Well, exactly. There's nothing wrong with it. I've seen a few rants online of people go, yeah, if you're not playing on Interloper, you're just missing out on the whole game. You're missing out. It's not like they're telling people they're scum for not playing on Interloper. You're just telling them, oh yeah, you're missing out on the entire thing if you don't play on Interloper. Oh, we got no rope over here. Summon a lich. Are you freaking kidding me? You freaking kidding me, game? And it's like, no, I don't think people are missing out if they're not playing on Interloper. Because they get to explore and discover the game on their own terms. And really, that's what the game's about. Exploration. I mean, at least it is for me. I look at this as very much a exploration, discovery type game. Yes, there's survival aspects to it, and yes, those survival aspects can kill you. But, there's so much to look at and so much to see. And if you just jump in on the hardest difficulty level, sometimes, you know, especially with a game like this, it's not like a linear first-person shooter game where you can just jump in on the highest difficulty level, die over and over and over, and learn that way. You die in this game, you gotta start everything over. Woo! Thank you, Stewie. Pull the dance dance. Pilgrim bears are like, I won't eat him even if he shoots me. I won't eat him. Yeah, they don't. The pilgrim stuff doesn't really. Mauled by a wolf. A pilgrim shock crab and probably shouldn't have been surprised since he had 3 arrows. 3 of my arrows in its booty. You say booty. We don't say ASS. Booty. Booty. Non-critical assassination attempt with bow and arrow. He was not best pleased. Hindquarters, exactly. Hind. Does that make him a wolf-capine? A wolf-capine? Is that like a porcupine wolf? Oh, there's a piece of coal over here. Nice. Alright. Do I have... I want to get this last deer over here. Do I have enough fuel? Yeah, I can make a little fire here. Okay, good. Hey, says, how you doing? I'm doing good. I can never see all I see when I see your name is says Gina. That's all I freaking see. How is that all I see whenever I see your name? I don't know why it is. So we'll just say says. That's all I can see. That's cause I'm a little thick. I'm a little dumb there. Oh, I said Hinterland and Long Dark are lucky to have been found by Atheenon. Well, I think I was very lucky to find their game. I was super lucky to find their game. Pilgrim may be very hard from some points of view. I mean, how do people even move around without a truck for all this loot? Exactly. Exactly. Each difficulty level comes with its own first world problems, you know what I'm talking about? It took me an hour and 30 minutes to carcass harvest that. Oh, I can't do it because it's 75% frozen. Okay. Let's take, oh, he only has 0.9 meat. Oh, I don't even need... What am I doing? He doesn't even have meat on him. He doesn't even have meat on him. What am I doing? What am I doing, silly Atheenon? You don't need to lay down, darling. Well, and that's the thing is like this game is very it's very hoarder friendly on the lower difficulty levels. Even I found even on Interloper I can hoard a heck of a lot of gear. I can hoard a lot of stuff even on Interloper. So I get people coming in going, "Are you sure you're playing on Interloper?" I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'm playing on Interloper. I just got a lot of stuff." You're sick. Oh no! I like playing Long Dark too. I'll even like it more. Than when they come out with the update. Did you ever play an Interloper run starting in the starting region only? Oh, where you can't leave the region? Nah. I think that's silly. I don't see any point in that because the game is specifically not set up for you to be able to just live in one region. I mean, I've seen people who do it, but it just I have no interest in torturing myself like that. None whatsoever.
I'm not sure I can carry much
Although
more.
I've seen people do that. It looks interesting for a few days. But it would if you stay in. That's the thing is this game is all about movement. You stay in one region of this game, you're eventually guaranteed to die. You're guaranteed to die because you can't live in one region in this game. Period. Not forever. Unless you're like gonna stay in, say, I guess you could live in the ravine here for quite a while, but you don't spawn in the ravine. I'm trying to think of what zone you could live in forever without ever leaving. And I can't really think of one. I think Hush River Valley would probably be one of the better zones to to have that do that in. Because Hush River does have a lot of cattails. There's a bunch of bunnies in Hush River. There's you get good resources there. You can get the bedroll there guaranteed. If you had to choose a zone to do that sort of thing in, I definitely would say Hush River is probably the best bet. Because all your stuff is there. You get a heavy hammer to fight off animals. You can't ever kill a wolf or a bear, or a moose. Because you'll never get any weapons. Custom game, no loot, no condition recovery. Wildlife set to max, weather set to max. Continual darkness, cannot eat food. Period. Oh, or drink water. Can't wear any clothing. You must stay outside at all times. That sounds amazing. But hey, you know, 1 hour, 0 minutes, 4 seconds. Let me know how that works out. Let me know how long you can live in something like that. I think it would vary widely from zone to zone. Like if that happened to you, say if your starting zone was Desolation Point, I would just turn around and go home. Desolation Point is like, that just would suck so bad. If your spawn point was Timberwolf Mountain, it might not be so bad. I guess you could go to the summit. You have the cattails, you got rabbit spawns you can continually harvest. There's some birch bark. You just have to avoid the wolves and the bears and stuff. Ash Canyon, that'd be a tough road to hoe. The biggest problem with Timberwolf is eventually you'll run out of cloth and then be unable to build snow shelters anymore. And if you don't get a hacksaw in not Hush River, the biggest problem with Timberwolf Mountain is you're eventually going to run out of cloth. You're not gonna, unless you find a hacksaw in Timberwolf Mountain, you'll never be able to open up the crates, which will lead to lots of issues. You tried a Forlorn, but sleeping was a problem. Oh yeah, sleeping would definitely be a problem. Hypothetically, you could live in Coastal Highway forever once you move all your stuff. Yeah, the challenge he's talking about is that you spawn, and whatever zone you spawn in is the one that you live in forever. But honestly, this game was just not meant for that. This game, I mean, that's a self-imposed thing that you can do. I'm not saying you can't do it, but this game was not intended for you to live in a single solitary zone. They don't put all of the loot, well, they do on Stalker, Pilgrim, and Voyager, but they generally do not put all of the loot in Interloper in one zone. You won't get all of the things that you need to survive in one zone. By the way, right now, boys and girls, I know it looks like we're just kind of wasting time, but we are just kind of wasting time. To be honest, I'm just being honest with you. We are kind of wasting time because we got to gather up. No, that's one that just is like mine. That's one that Lynette made for me, Stewie. We're basically using time
Kind of heavy.
to get our hides and guts. Actually, that was the first one, Stooley, that she made for me, and it was too large, but it fit the chair perfectly. But as I was saying, this game is definitely, especially on Interloper, there's just not, it's not set up for you to live in. I mean, on Stalker, Pilgrim, or Voyager, I could probably live in one zone forever. Probably I could live in whatever zone I spawned in for just about forever. Because generally those zones have so much stuff in them, there would be no problem with that at all. Well, yeah, but for some people, Yargle, it's a super cool challenge, you know? They just want to see how long they can stretch it. And that would take, that, you know, I could definitely see in a challenge like that, you would want to probably ration your food very carefully. Especially if you're in a non-cattail zone. You'd want to ration your food very carefully. Only eat before you go to sleep. Starve yourself all day. Eat before you sleep. But that just gets into a numbers game at that point too. That's like the whole leaderboard thing all over again. It's like who can survive the most days in this situation? Which is like, okay, there's surviving and then there's just doing lots of maintenance and maintaining. And for me, the maintenance and maintaining part is kind of boring. Because then you're basically min-maxing everything. You're going, okay, I don't want to eat now. I'm gonna lose health tonight, and then I'll gain it back after I eat. And I'll basically stretch my rations even further. I won't run anywhere. I don't know. For me, I just am like, that's okay. I'll pass this one time. But hey, not all challenges are for everybody. And I'm not a very big challenge guy to begin with. You all know that. I'm not a big challenge person anyway. Unless I don't mind a challenge if it has like a simple like caveat to it. You know, something where basically maybe challenge is the wrong word. I don't mind a sort of like a mission. Like the Hug the Bear challenge was kind of cool because it was like, okay, you got to go and get a stem. Once you get a stem, you have to go hunt a bear. You have to go hug a bear. The next bear you see, you have to hug. And if you survive that, you can use the stem. But and then you have to keep going for each stem in the game and get hugged. And the goal was to get hugged by every bear, by a bear in every zone. And I was like, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. And so we did that. And it was kind of cool. Something like that I don't really mind so much. I look at that as kind of a fun little, you know, adventure almost, you know? I quite the opposite challenge in mine where you call it region fever. We can't stay in one region for more than 3 days. And then you can't come back to it for like a week or something, or some time. Like a week probably or something like that. That would be interesting.
Through silent hills of ice and snow, Atheenon creeps with his torch held low.
Yes.
The beasts will hunt by scent and sight. Atheenon
there's Sandwin's Twitch and his YouTube, by the way, for those of you interested.
Stalks,
in the creator of the Ode.
Continues on their talks. A howl rings out to pierce the day. Atheenon hopes his shot won't stray.
Yes, I hope it don't stray. That'd be very sad if it did. Alright, so we're gonna head back to the Carter Hydro Dam. 41 days in. We should have some cured stuff there. I'm just gonna leave this stuff to cure here. So we can take some food with us.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Fingers to lips. Fingers to lips, my dear. We also need to go back and get a rope from Mystery Lake, because there was no rope in this zone. Which is what always happens. If I had brought a rope to the zone to put down to get down to the gun, there would have been a rope here. Since I didn't bring a rope, there's no rope here. That's just always the way it seems to go. Now, the good news is, since this blizzard's been going on for a while, we won't have to worry about a wolf over here. Although I think I killed the wolf over here anyway, so probably don't have to worry about him any who's. But thank you, Stewie, for the ode. Sanwin's a long-time supporter of the channel.
So cold in my life.
And an amazing voice as well. Created both the ode and the teacup for us. The ode is kind of a soliloquy. It's kind of a poem. It's kind of an ode. It's like an ode. Like an ode. Maybe that's why we called it the ode. It's so cold out here, I bet the wolves inside the dam. I mean, it's only negative 70 out right now. It's only a little cold. Hey, Survivor Cold. Speaking of cold, Survivor Cold, how you doing, my friend? Only negative 70. That's only negative 74. Gosh, Astra, you're such a wuss. Only negative 74 out. Jeez Louise. Kickily, this is the dam. Yes, it is. It is the dam. Look, it's the dam. Find our stuff here. There's the shelf. Boop, 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 boop. There's our storm lantern.
Man, this pack is getting kind of heavy.
Oh, shusha doodles. Jeez Louise, lady. Oh, this pack is getting kind of heavy. It's getting kind of heavy. It's like Heavy D and the boys. Yeah, she should go to Bleak Inlet, see what a real blizzard looks like. Alright, so the jerry can, I usually just leave jerry cans in here. Grab this heavy hammer, leave it in here too. Take this can, put it down there. Take this book. Put it over here, see where our moose hide is. 72, 71, 29, 68, 40. Cured rabbit hides for everybody. Grab a gut here too. Hey. Grab our quality tools. Grab those. Grab our feathers. Hey, Mark Wars. Well, we're gonna harvest a few things right now, my friend. How you doing, Mark Wars? How's the vacay going? Look, we're gonna harvest an arrow. We're gonna harvest an arrow, and then we're gonna craft some things. Is crafting okay too? Can we crafting good for you? Now, arrows. Oh, we gotta make the arrow shafts first. Arrows are, we're harvesting oxygen. Yes, I'm harvesting oxygen. Arrows are very cool. They actually made it so toolkits have a purpose now. Well, it's been that way for a while, but some people don't know. Some people don't know about the toolkits. So, you know, hey, you're always learning stuff in this game. This game is a constant learning curve. And by the way, I crouch when I go outdoors just automatically. It's just a habit. Alright, so When making arrows, you can use your hands. It takes an hour and a half. You can use a simple tool, and it takes 1.12 hours. Or if you have it, you can use the quality tools. It only takes 45 minutes. So it takes half the time to make arrows with the quality tools. Making quality tools something you want to either carry with you, or I generally like to leave them at key workbenches that I know that I come back to on a pretty consistent basis, and that way I can make up 8 arrows in 6 hours, which is amazing. Because usually that'd take 12 hours to make those 8 arrows. And C. Can I make another one? I can make one more. I'm gonna run out of water, but that's okay. Okay, perfect. So now we have 17 arrows. That is a special. Alright. Got deer hide, 76, 74, 32. Let's drink some water. We're kind of tired. I wonder, did I loot this room over here? Did I open the safe? You know, I can tell if I looted this. Oh, we never looted this room. I never looted this room. What a goob. What a goob. Yeah, we're at the Carter Hydro Dam right now. I remember we looted downstairs, but I just never looted this room. We didn't need anything from this room anyway. Sometimes there's a hacksaw on these shelves. Not today, but we're gonna grab all the other stuff. Open that safe in a minute. Oh look, it's another toolbox. Oh yeah, I remember we went downstairs. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I haven't looted this yet. Like 30-ish, somewhere we'll stop like at 25 and go slow. 29. And then 53. He wants me to go all the way around again. 29. 54, actually. And 30. 29, 54, 30. Not a very hard combo. What do we get, boys and girls? I'm gonna say we get a bottle of maple syrup and maybe cash. I don't know. Maybe just cash. Maybe a book. Sometimes you get a head wrap out of this. Sometimes you can get a Mackinac jacket out of it. Those are very, 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 very rare, but we'll see.
Well, this stuff
Cash,
will come in handy.
and that's it. The game just said, go buy your own damn Mackinac jacket. I'm not giving you a jacket, son. Go buy your own. Game's very mean. Game's very mean. Beans and jeans. Can I back from Winding River to Mystery Lake? Yes, you can. I'll show you here in a second. You just have to go to the top of the, go back up to the dam, Shay, and you make your way across the dam. You have to go on a very narrow ledge, and I can show you real quick. We're right by the exit. I can pop out there real quick. Let's just pop out there real quick and show Shay how to get back there. I looted this up, right? I have not looted these lockers. What a failure. What a failure. They should implement some secret use of cash like you bribe a bear so it won't eat your face. No, that never worked. Alright. So... we could grab the deer out here, too. Is it late in the... oh, it's late in the evening. We could probably grab the deer while we're out here. I don't think I've gone up there yet either on the catwalk. On the catwalk. Where's the possible bedroll spawn in Mystery Lake? Well, in Coastal Highway, there isn't one. Period. Mystery Lake, you can find one at the, you can find one in the Winding River. You can find one at the, camp office. Or you can find one at, Allen's Cave. But on Interloper, there is no, Coastal Highway, bedroll spawn. Doesn't exist. Alright, so, if you come back up to the dam, if you're in Winding River and you come back up the dam, you gotta go through this little spot here. You gotta cross over the dam like this. It's kind of hard to see because of the stupid blizzard, but hey, at least you'll have an idea now. You gotta watch that little gap there. It seems scary, but just keep pointing at it. That one also spawns Yargold, but if that one spawns, there will be a bedroll in the camp office as well. And then you come over here.
I'm tired.
Yeah, you have to do it blindfolded in the blizzard, or it doesn't work. And then there's this window right here. You basically climb back through the window. Games left! You sexy son of a bee sting. How's it going, Games? Games. How are you, man? How are you, buddy? Oh, man. I hope you're doing good. I hope things are... oh, you're doing good. We're just kind of plugging along. You've been here just listening? Oh, God. I'm so sorry. But yes, the one in the fishing hut, Yargold, if that one is up, the one in the camp office is up as well. So that's how you get back in. And then you just have to wind your way through. Down at this end of the hall, you'll find a hat. Sometimes you'll find a hacksaw underneath the stairs. I think we actually found one under the stairs, so check under the stairs there. For some reason, the middle of this hallway gets a little bit warmer. You have to kind of search around for it, but the dam can be very cold. But the middle of this hallway can be very warm for some reason. It's all good. Yeah, well, hey. You know, Games, it's always good to have you in the channel, my friend. Sometimes you can find a heavy hammer on this workbench here. There's sometimes a toolkit. Not here, but up there by the lockers. Ripped, how's it going? Hello. Now on Stalker, there can sometimes be a revolver underneath this desk, which for some reason I haven't looted. Not that I expect to get much out of the desk, but at least we can now say we looted it. You never know where you're going to find the loot, though. Yeah, you never know where that free box of matches is going to come in. That's why you loot everything. You loot every garbage can, every doghouse, every outhouse, every hen house, every farmhouse, every chicken coop. You can find all the loot. But there you go, Shay. That's how you do it. And then you just come back up. Well, at least I looted the corpse. I guess that's something. That's something. Can't get over this, unfortunately. I've tried. Tried to get over this many times. Maybe you can't. Oh, you can. Can you? I mean, so it's easier to just go around. Yeah, looting containers on Interloper is much like playing slots. But you don't have to spend chips on it. Yeah, you don't have to spend any cash. You just pull that handle and you hear the ding, 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 ding. And it goes chink, 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 and you usually get nothing. It's sort of like playing slots on my channel. Very rarely do you ever win. So sometimes there is a flare on Pilgrim or Voyager or Stalker. You can sometimes find a gun there. On Interloper, you're lucky if you find a flare there, so. But yeah, it is sort of like playing slots on my channel too, Yargle. You just very rarely ever win. Speaking of slots. Oh, hey-oh! I just had to get rid of all my bear hides. So this body down here usually doesn't have much on him, but sometimes he'll have a bandage or something around him. And then over on that side, you can see there's a container over there. So we'll go and wind our way over to that side real quick before it gets dark on us. I mean, I guess I could take some cloth here. The dam actually has a lot of cloth in it now. Yeah, oh yeah, on Interloper you're happy to get that moldy granola bar win, exactly. You're like, woo, I got the moldy granola bar, baby. Heck yeah. Sometimes there's a piece of cedar over here. It used to be you could remove this rope. I still don't know why this rope is even there. It used to be you could remove that rope, but now you can't do it anymore. So it was an easy rope to get for the ravine. But now you can't remove it because it's dumb. Hey, ZFP, how you doing, buddy? How you doing? And welcome everybody. Hi, boys and girls out there in TV land. Hope you guys are all having a fabulous, fabulous Saturday. Today we have a very special stream going on. We got Long Dark. We're gonna play a little Chernobylite today as well, which some of you may be familiar with, others of you may not. I haven't played it in a few months, because I knew it was coming close to full release, and I wanted to kind of give it, time to percolate before I played it again. And I also had a million other games. And then we're gonna play some Escape the Pacific tonight as well. So we got that on tap as well tonight. So we got Long Dark, Chernobylite, Escape the Pacific today. And then tomorrow we got Long Dark Stream Loots Edition, followed by me going out to my nephew's birthday party. Connor J is turning 25, 22, 24. I can barely keep track of my own age. Right, Mark Wars? I'm like 55 or 56 now. I can barely keep track of my own age, let alone my nephew's. But yes, we're gonna do some Escape the Pacific tonight. 57 today. Okay, 57. See, Mark Wars keeps me going there. One of the spiritual successors to Stalker. Yes, it is. It is in a way. I've seen the playthrough of Stalker, and I was like, oh hey, look, that's it. The Chernobylite looks exactly like that. Yeah, Chernobylite is set in the Chernobyl exclusion zone. But they take their own little bent on it, I guess. It's kind of cool. They did a good job with it. I enjoy it. I like the all in Russia. We are in Russia now. And that's that's my attempted Russian accent. So have a nice day. Oh, there's an Aurora. But no, yeah, we'll do some Escape the Pacific later. Escape the Pacific. God, I said it too fast, and I'm like, Escape the Pacific. Escape the Pacific. That's my game. Escape the Pacific. That's the game we're gonna play. No, but we'll do some Escape the Pacific later tonight too. So, because usually I do Escape on Sundays, but tomorrow we're going out to Connor's birthday. Connor J is turning. He's coming of age. He's coming of age. I can't remember what his birthday is. So
can't remember what birthday it is, I should say. I know what day his birthday is, but I can't remember how old he is. I've lost more knowledge than I've ever known. I've forgotten more stuff than I've ever learned, I guess is the easiest way to say it. Yeah, I figured we hadn't looted up here. If we hadn't looted downstairs, the chances that we had looted up here were very slim. Now, as messy as the dam is now, this is why they took Fluffy out of the dam. She could not navigate this, and she could not navigate it on an Aurora night very well, and she couldn't navigate it generally very well either. The biggest problem I have with the new dam is that really there's not much more loot in the new dam than there was in the old dam. It's just now it's scattered out through twice as much space, so you have twice as much to search and pretty much get the same amount of loot that you got in the original dam. It's not a criticism that they should change it back or anything. It's just saying the dam has become a very big pain in the butt to search with no more reward than you got from the original dam. If that makes sense. I mean, we'll search this whole upstairs and I'll be lucky to maybe find a beef jerky or a candy bar. Now, early game, the dam provides you with some very nice things. Oh, I found a pair of gloves. Ooh. The dam provides you with some very nice things. You always get a pot in the dam. Shari, have a good lurk. Thank you for coming by. You always get a sewing kit in the lower dam. You can count on getting either the... Oh, I found a candy bar. You can generally count on finding several toolkits, actually. You can generally find the... either a hacksaw or a heavy hammer here, one or the other. Oh yeah, it's totally worth checking it. You can find a few boxes of matches in here sometimes. There's lots of books that you can loot up. So I mean, and there's free water at the dam. You got the toilets downstairs, which you didn't have before. Now there's toilets downstairs you can get free water from. So, I mean, it's not like it's worthless to check the dam. It's just, it's a time, kind of thing. Because, you get the toilet water out of these two toilets. There's quite a bit more cloth here now than there used to be. But yeah, no, it's definitely worth checking the whole place. You can come out of here with some good stuff. You definitely can. So I'm not saying it's worthless. It's just a pain in the butt to have to go through it all, is what I'm saying. It's like every time I come to the dam, I'm like, oh, it's like going, you remember the good old days when the dam was a small little thing and we could just breeze through the dam super quick and not have to search everything. That's what it's more like. See, look at that. It's only day 40. It's only day 44, and already we're finding lots of ruined clothing. Lots of ruined clothing. And we got a whole bunch of spray paint cans for some reason. Gotta sort our gear out here before we go get that rope. I should have brought the damn rope. I should have just brought the damn rope with me. Leave that here. Let's drop our pry bar. We don't need that on us at the moment. I'm lightening up to go grab the rope. Don't need that flare. I could leave that piece of cedar here. Let's rip that apart for the cloth. The dam was fun. It was cool when you could find a furry friend. No, the dam was not. I did not like the furry. I was much against the furry friend. I'm gonna leave that here because when we come back after getting cooking 5, we can eat that with no consequences. I'm gonna leave that, that, and that, and that, and that here. I'll save those just for emergency food. This stuff, if you ever want to, you can leave food out on a shelf forever. You never have to worry about it going bad and disappearing. Now, the moment it hits 0, if you put it into a container, that food will disappear. So you do not want to put, like, food. You don't want to put candy bars or any sort of food that has a decay on it. You do not want to put it in a container. Because if it gets to 0, it'll just disappear. That's why there's so little food at the summit generally on Interloper, is because all the food is decaying from the moment you spawn into the game, and the food at the summit is gone because it's all decayed to nothing. Alright, there we go. Let's put a little cloth in here too. Always good to stockpile some cloth. Let's stockpile a few cattails in here as well. Actually, heck, I'm just gonna put another 5 in there. Let's store some torches here too. To break those down for sticks whenever I want. Actually, you know, I probably should just break those down for sticks. Oh, I have those feathers on me for some reason. Those just need to go in here with our birch and maple. Feathers. Ho! Oh, and then I was gonna repair my rabbit skin hatolio. Okay, I was gonna try to repair my rabbit skin hatolio. God, I hate repairing stuff at low difficulty level, or at low level, because we only have an 85% chance of success. I have run for the summit. I have. Early summit is a very good thing if you can get there. And you have a hacksaw. You can get a lot of good gear. You can get free hides. You can get a really you can get a really good boost to your run by doing it. Because you get a bunch of food, you can get the fire striker, the matches, the accelerant, the flare gun. The food, honestly, is almost a secondary concern at that point. So we're gonna head down the river, so we might as well grab our cattails while we go. Grab our cattails, our mushrooms. Very quiet out here. Sometimes there will be a maple or a couple maples on that hill over there. So you can always go for those if you want to as well. We don't have the maples here, but hey, you know. Some days you feel like a maple, some days you don't. Grabbing the mushrooms mainly so we can get a few more cooking skill up. It's always nice when you get close to cooking 5 to just be able to power it with the mushrooms or mushroom teas. You know, if you get like within a sliver of having it, it's like, oh god, I gotta go kill another animal now. Like, nope, just go make some water, make a whole bunch of tea, and get to cooking 5. That's the easy way to do it. Cattails, cattails, cattails. Early game, they're your best friend. Late game, it's just nice to have them. But early game, they're your best friend because you can not only get the cattails themselves, but you also take the cattail heads, and that acts as a free piece of tinder that you don't have to work for. You don't have to spend time breaking down a stick or breaking down paper to get it. And really, time is a major factor in this game, especially early game. Every minute you waste doing something you don't need to do is a minute closer to death.
Lay down for a
So being able to get cattail heads to start fires is amazing. Being able to being able to find food that you don't have to cook is amazing because it just saves you time. So it's very cool to find out those little things that just make your life easier. I don't think we found the I don't think we found a bedroll at the camp office. I'm pretty sure we didn't. I'm gonna go check Alan's cave, because Alan's cave is the other spot that you can possibly find a bedroll at. And always pick up your birch bark. Birch bark is very key. Very key for this game. Birch bark and cattails, especially for interloper lifestyle, and the teas as well. The rosehip mushroom teas. They boost your skill so fast in the beginning of the game. You can have like cooking 2 or 3 by like day 5 or 7 if you cook a lot of your teas. And they also give you a water and calories. Plus, they also can warm you up if you warm them up before you drink them. There's a wolf down there. I saw him, I thought. I could have sworn I saw a wolf. I could have sworn I saw a wolf down there. I was going to leave this dude as sort of a feather collector for right now, although he doesn't have many feathers around him right now. So the bedroll here spawns in this little thing here, if it's here. Nope. So most likely we have a spawn in the Winding River itself. We'll grab the rose hips, because why not? I generally will end up with more teas than I need. But that's okay. There are worse problems than having more tea than you need in this game. Believe me, you'll never regret having tea, but you sure will regret not having tea. I think I have 3 old man beard, right? Okay, I got 3 old man beard wounds. Now, sometimes there'll be a wolf down on this other little, right around this corner here, on this next part of the river. He hunts like right in here. He'll wander all the way up into that little clearing up there. But he generally hunts here. Oh, wow, look. There's some birch, which we couldn't get before because we had no hacksaw. Or maybe we just skipped it. Oh, I bet we just skipped it because we weren't even looking for it at that point. Oh, well, we'll grab it now. That's a nice little birch spawn area. There's a rabbit over there. Rabbits are a good bellwether. Rabbits are sort of our, yeah, teas never decay and meds do. That is true. Rabbits are a good canary in the coal mine. Because if you see rabbits around, there may be a wolf around. But generally, the rabbits being around means the wolves are not. Because the wolves do eat the rabbits. They do eat the deer. There's a rope right there that we can take. And then mountain goat down. I can take it by climbing up and mountain goating down, but I'm gonna choose to go around. We've already searched, I think, most of the lake. I don't know if we hit the fish. I don't know if we've hit those fishing huts over there, though. Those ones. I can't remember if we did or not. I don't think we did. What is up with Mystery Lake today? Or Mystery Lake in this file? I have seen, like, no wolves on Mystery Lake at all. I think there was maybe, like, one. There was, like, one wolf on Mystery Lake. Usually on Interloper, there's, like, at least 3, sometimes 4. It is a mystery. That is true, Mark Wars. It is kind of a mystery. I've already been here. It makes you go, where did all the wolves go to?
The power in the verse.
Where did they go to? Hey, Krontar, how you doing? Flim Flurm, how you doing? So I did send off a message to him, Krontar. I haven't heard back yet. I did send him off another message saying, could you please clarify on the question that I asked before, the length, not chest, but the length of the extra large, or the 3XL shirts. So hopefully they will. Nope, we never searched this. I had a feeling. I had this feeling, boys and girls, that we were never here. These are not the droids you're looking for. This is not the house you're looking for. Credits will be just fine. Credits will not be fine. Credits will be just fine. Credits will not be fine. Oh, I see you tried to do Jedi mind trick on me. It doesn't work. Spineflower! Hey, how's it going, Spineflower? How you doing? Alright, we got nothing else in here. We got some books. Books are actually, early game, a book is very helpful. Even at this stage of the game. Books, on any fire that you try to start, if you try to start it with a book, you get a 20% bonus on your starting. So at the beginning of the game, if you have fire making basically 0, you go from a 60% chance with cedar or sticks to an 80% chance of fire starting with a with a book. So books are really, really nice early game because they really up your... Oh, I found some ruins. They're ruined. I can't even wear them. They're already ruined, boys and girls. Is it just me, or is everything decaying very rapidly on this file? Jeez Louise. But yeah, books are really, really nice early game. So carry a couple around with you. You'll be able to make fires way easier. Way, way easier than without. Definitely take the cloth. Quote of rapid decay is, I can never have enough rubber. No, that wasn't about rat. That wasn't that's not. That's the quote of rapid chafing, because you can never have enough rubber and lube. Oh, Mark Wars. I like taking these little crates. It makes me feel happy. And the cloth. Alright. Okay. Let's eat that. And let's drink that. We need to make a fire, and we need to make some water. Fire and water is our goal. And we could even fish if we wanted to. We could fish, you sexy beast. We do a little fishing. Not fission, fishing. I started a new Long Dark run after a long break from all things gaming. Love it when you drop all the awesome game knowledge. Oh, no worries. No worries, Spineflower. I just think, I mean, some of it I've probably gone over 100 times and people are like, oh my god. Stop telling us about the books. We already know that. But, you know, I figure there's always people out there who may not have seen that or heard it before or don't know that books give you such a good advantage when you're making a fire. I didn't know it until somebody pointed it out to me. And I'd been playing the game for a while at that point, and I never noticed it. I actually did up a whole sort of list of what, you know, different wood. Yeah, or I just forgetful, yeah. Well, that's true, too. Oh, we never searched this before. Oh, yeah, I probably skipped this one because there was a wolf here or something. But hey, look, more wood. Yeah, I actually made up a whole list of the different kinds of wood. I actually figured it out mathematically. It's cheaper to carry 1 piece of cedar than 6 sticks. Because of the weight, burn, and warmth ratio. So this is an equal warmth. A piece of cedar gives you 6 degrees of warmth on a fire. 6 sticks give you 6 degrees of warmth on a fire. 6 sticks, 10 minutes per stick is an hour. Cedar, it's about an hour. But the weight difference is 0.9 versus 0.5. So it's almost half the weight to carry 1 piece of cedar over 6 sticks. Reclaimed wood is very inefficient. You get 3 degrees of warmth per reclaimed wood, but it weighs a ton. It weighs a ton. I mean, for the equivalent of it's the equivalent of cedar in warmth. That's the equivalent warmth. It weighs the same, but you get about the same amount of time out of it. But and you have to harvest reclaimed wood. Cedar you can just get. You're doing Interloper for the first time. For the first time. Oh my goodness. Be prepared. My biggest tip is be prepared to die. A lot. Because I died a lot too. Oh wow, we have see, and look at that. The book gives us 95. With a stick, we'd have 75. With a book, we have 95. And it's a Maglin's fire. So Flim, the biggest thing that we'll get to after. To Griffin's Jail, come in with a 12-month sub. First, hold on a second. Ooh, that's 1 full year. I've sent them my own email, but all I've received was if you like to double check it. If the size of the t-shirt you receive is correct, you can reply to this email with a photo of the item you received with a measuring tape on it, and below they have attached a picture. That's weird. How does that help you? How does that help you? Thank you, Griffin Shell. More points. More points. How does that help you at all? I don't understand how that even in the least bit helps. So, tips for Interloper. First thing is, make sure you have a pretty good working map knowledge of the following zones. unless you just want to dip if you spawn in a zone you don't like. Hush River Valley, Forlorn Muskeg, Ash Canyon, Timberwolf, Pleasant Valley, Desolation Point. Make sure you have pretty good working knowledge of most of those zones. I would say if you spawn in any other zone than Pleasant Valley, Forlorn Muskeg, or Desolation Point, you might want to re-roll and just start again just to give yourself a little more of a chance. Pleasant Valley is probably the easiest start for any interloper, like new interloper person, because Pleasant Valley has a lot of places you can go, lots of things you can do. It has a lot of places that you can ditch out and survive. Like I said earlier, I personally like Hush River Valley better than any other starting zone in the game. But that's just because I know Hush River Valley very well. But say, all things being equal, say you have really good working knowledge of the Long Dark. Once you spawn, your first goal is to find matches, because you get no matches. You get no matches, and welcome to puppetry! of the fish. How are you all doing today? So, in Interloper, you start with no matches. You start with no bedroll. All you have is a can and a few clothes on your back. And that's all you got. And if you can learn to live with that, you're good. But you need to find some matches. And then you need to find other stuff. Other stuff like bedrolls and tool. You can't find any tools, though. But tools like the heavy hammer, the hacksaw, you need to find those. You need to find those ones very, 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 very quickly because they're very important. All right. I'm gonna say goodbye because my water is getting ready to boil off over there. So we'll be right back. What a nice whitefish. He was helping you out. That lake whitefish wanted to help you out there. But yeah, like Whitey the whitefish there was saying, you need to find matches first. You need to find matches first. Matches are the most important thing. A flare will suffice. Because you won't have any water. That's the problem, is you don't have any water. Cattails at the beginning of the game are very important to get. Very important to get cattails at the beginning of the game, because that's like your stable food source. This is why fishing is a gigantic waste of time. 2 hours and no fish. So what, now I just go hungry? If I was starving or something, now I just go hungry? Because 2 hours, no fish. But yeah, you want to get cattails because that's your stable food source, as well as tinder early in the game. So you get tinder and oh, what were you saying about us now? Atheenon, you were saying that we were not very nice. We're very nice fish indeed. So you want to get those matches, then you want to get cattails and cattail heads. By the way, my name's Freddy. Freddy the Fresh Lake Whitefish. But that being said, you want to get those items, and you want to head straight to the match spawn point in whatever zone you're in. Now, if you're in Pleasant Valley, that spawn point will be at, the farmhouse. That's all he's going to give you is just the farmhouse.
I'm so tired, I could lay down right here.
Just the farmhouse. Wow, that was very unhelpful. Mr. Whitefish, that was super, super unhelpful. All right, let's get a couple hours sleep. Oh, we gotta cook our whitefish first. So depending on what zone you spawn in, there's always guaranteed matches in the zone you spawn in. In Ash Canyon, they're at the Angler's Den. In Hush River Valley, or in Timberwolf Mountain, they are in the Mountaineer's Hut. That's the easiest one to. There's other ones too, but Mountaineer's Hut's the easiest one for people to get to. In Pleasant Valley, they're in the basement of the farmstead. In Desolation Point, they're in Hibernia Processing Center. In Forlorn Muskeg, they're at the Forge. And in Hush River Valley, they're actually in the Hushed River. Now, there are other guaranteed matches in Milton. There's a guaranteed match at the... Why, did we really sleep 2 hours and only took an hour and a half off the fire? Or, wow, that's pretty good return on our cash. In Milton, there is guaranteed matches at the Grandmother's house. In Hush River Valley, and also Milton, there's some matches down the rope. There's down the rope heading towards Mystery Lake. There's guaranteed matches there. In Coastal Highway, there's some guaranteed matches. Where's my fingernail clippers? I have a really bad cuticle that's annoying the crap out of me. In Coastal Highway, there's guaranteed matches at the Fire Lookout Tower. So you can go there and get some guaranteed matches. Which is very nice. Very nice. Yeah. So, and also in Timberwolf Mountain, there's more guaranteed matches at the Three-Way Cave, as well as at the summit, of course. So getting those matches is the most important thing. Then finding your bedroll. Now the bedroll spawn. If you're just unfamiliar with the maps, and you want something easy, Mystery Lake is your best bet for a bedroll. You're gonna find a bedroll in or around Mystery Lake, in either at the Mystery Lake camp office, which we're headed to right now. There's a 50-50 shot you'll get it there. If it's not there, you can find it at Alan's Cave, which we actually popped by that place on the way over here at the hunting blind. And if it's not there, the bedroll will be in Winding River, which is where I believe our bedroll is from this run. This bedroll I have, I actually found in Hush River Valley, because Hush River Valley has a guaranteed bedroll spawn. We're using the bedroll to find our way over here. There's St. Carl Bob. Hail St. Carl Bob. And there is our stove, and there's our bed. How do you use your whetstones? I just use them as I get them. Basically, Kirby, I just use them until they're gone, and then I make multiple forge runs. I make forge runs at that point to make multiple weapons. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Kronto. I am super sorry that they just are total, like, dip doodles on that. Maybe they just don't know. Maybe they just don't know what the length of their stuff is. Because I tend honestly, Kirby, I tend to find that I find a lot of whetstones in the game. I mean, I have 5 on me right now. I mean, and really saving them, it's like saving matches, like thinking you're gonna run out of matches, which it does seem like you are. It's like saving your bow and saving your arrows. Early game, you tend to run through everything really quickly. Everything seems to be, it's almost like it's on accelerated, it's almost like it's accelerated early game. And then late game, if you make it to late game, you'll find that you really aren't going through stuff as fast as it seemed like early game. Wow, look at that, we left the, oh jeez. Krontar with the 7-month resub. Well, thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so very much. I'm sorry that the shirt thing has been just a total pain in the butt. But I get it. I do get it. I'm in one of those weird places, Krontar, because I'm only 6 foot.
Subscribed for 7 months. Time to subscribe.
Which generally, like, my brother's the same height I am, and he wears all large. He wears all large clothing. All of his stuff is large. But I'm a bit beefier. I'm just built, like, thicker than he is. My brother's built very slender, and I'm built kind of thick. And so I have to wear everything in an extra large, which is weird because sometimes an extra large is like super baggy on me. And other times an extra large, depending on what kind of cut and what kind of thing it is like just the right size. It's so annoying. DM double! With the 8-month, an angel comes in saying, I just finally killed a moose. 1 shot to the head. Ooh. With a rifle. At Trapper's Cabin and Mr. Lake. Just be smaller. I can't be smaller.
Doubly just resubscribed for 8 months.
I can't be smaller. That's the problem. I've tried to be smaller. It doesn't work. Washing them also causes them to shrink. I have one shirt. I have a TARDIS shirt that is just like, it makes me look like I'm a 5-year-old wearing my older brother's like football jersey or something. And I've never been able to get to shrink. I love the shirt, but I just can't wear it out in public. I'll sometimes wear it on stream, but even on stream it makes me look really baggy. It makes me look like I have like no shoulders, and it's really bad. It's really bad. But yeah, I mean, sometimes washing them works, but that's the other bad side about that though, is that if I do wash it, maybe it'll shrink too much for me. Maybe it'll shrink too much, and then I'm screwed on the other end because then it's too small for me. But yeah, I have to buy everything in an extra large just to make it work. Well, I'm glad we came back here. We had cured rabbit hides, cured guts, cured rabbit hides, the whole 9 yards. Do I have anything in here?
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
I had a few things here. Just a couple. Just a couple of things. So anyway, I was just saying, Krontar, I completely understand your frustration. It's hard to find things. Sometimes it's hard to find stuff. I mean, even you know, even some jeans will fit me like really well, and then I buy the same size in another brand, and it's like it doesn't fit me right because I'm a bit too beefy. You tried with your bow at first, no success. Right outside the cabin, aiming down at him. I was completely shocked I got him. Well, that's awesome though. That's awesome, Angel. I'm so happy you got him too. It's such a good feeling to get him, isn't it? You take him down, it's just like you feel like getting up and doing a little dance, doing a little whoa, let's go. I've never done that before. To me, it's all like passe. I've never done that before. Never. I would never do that. Daisy Dog, how you doing? How's it going, Daisy Dog? I'm doing good. My body's starting to cooperate. Last night, my white bean turkey chili from Freshly was really good. It had basmati rice and cheddar cheese, and it was really good. So yeah, it was really good stuff. Aldreas with a 5th month. What? Thank you, Aldreas, for that 15-month resub. Let's get all sorts of points out for all these wonderful resubs coming in.
Mr. Stick always smile. Hello.
No, I've never gotten COVID. I had a very bad case of strep throat when I came back from my vacay. And I have really bad sinus issues, especially with all the smoke in the area that we had for a while, which contributed to my cough and just general pressure changes, as well as air conditioning always makes my sinuses go crazy as well. But no COVID. No COVID. Yes, I have COVID. Let's just I have COVID. I feel perfectly fine and I have no trouble breathing, but I have COVID. No, I don't have COVID. Just kidding. But no more guns, I don't have COVID. I don't have the Coob. I call it the Coob. I think the Coob sounds better. It makes it sound less dangerous. It's the Coob. You know, it's cool to be with the Coob. I am getting over a bad case of strep throat though. So that is a, and I'm having withdrawals from Sobe, exactly, Aldreas. I'm having Sobe withdrawals. That's never easy. But I am getting bad. I'm getting over a bad case of strep throat. So, Icarus. Oh, Icarus. I made that into an L. Did I check out Icarus yet? I have not checked out Icarus. Maybe I did. It sounds damn familiar. Let me go check. Let me go check Steam real quick. I think I looked at Icarus, didn't I? I think it's even on. It might even be on my wish list. Icarus. Oh, that's a PvE survival game up to 8 players co-op. The Savage Alien Wilderness. Oh yeah. I checked that one out. Yeah. Coming November 20th. Yeah, I did check that one out. It looked pretty cool. It looked actually pretty cool. Did I put it on my wish list? Yeah, it's on my wish list. Yep. Yeah, it looks like a good builder survival game. It really does. It looks like a good builder survival game. The multiplayer always makes me nervous. Because the big question I have, as always, with anything like that is the solo play even going to be worth it? Is the solo play even going to be worth it? Because most games that most games that have a multiplayer aspect, they generally are targeting towards multiplayer play. So it always makes me nervous when they... I don't mind multiplayer as an option, don't get me wrong. But multiplayer games tend to be not as much fun to play solo. Because they're not specific, they're not designed to be played as a solo adventure. Valheim is definitely a multiplayer survival game. Valheim, you can play it solo. It just takes forever to do anything in Valheim. If you're playing solo. It's a very slow-paced game. I'm not saying you can't play it solo. I'm just saying that it is definitely... It leans towards you making more progress quicker if you play with friends. And it does move very slowly if you're playing by yourself. Which there's nothing wrong with that if you want that to be... If you want to play that, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that it does tend to move slower solo.
Ow!
No, Spineflower. Long Dark co-op multiplayer would be something I'd never have an interest in. It doesn't make me interested at all. There's actually a person who plays. There's actually a person who made a mod for Long Dark, where I guess you can play co-op. I don't know exactly how it works, but you know, it's out there, I guess. You know, I can handle having the sprain. I just don't like the pain. But hey, people always, you know, it's the age we live in. We live in the age of the multiplayer. That's the age of video game play that we play in. Finding good solo play games out there in this day and age that don't have some, you know, it's very hard to do. It just is. Because most game companies realize that the real ka-ching is made on multiplayer. Because they know that if they can get you with if they can interest you in the game, but make it just difficult enough or slow enough that by playing multiplayer it increases the speed that you can get through the game, then you'll get your friends to buy it, they'll play it. You know, it's a marketing technique. It is, and it's a very successful one, and there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying that it does make solo play kind of a hard thing to find a good game for. Like I said last night, Horizon Zero Dawn is a beautiful game. Horizon Zero Dawn, I'm very excited for the next iteration of Horizon Zero Dawn. Seeing that little piece of Hades escape at the end, and Silas captures it, and it's like, and now it begins. It's like, oh god, what is Silas gonna do now? What is he gonna do? Oh snap! They're setting it up. But yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn is a great example of a great solo play game.
Ow.
But generally, those solo play games come with a very beginning, middle, end story, like Red Dead. Red Dead, again, a beautiful solo play game. Why do we never see any Red Dead DLC content like we did with the first one? Why do we see no DLCs for Red Dead? Because Red Dead Online is where they make their cash. Exactly. Because it does they can't release it and charge everybody to get it. If they did release it as a DLC, say they made a Sadie DLC, which if they made a Sadie DLC, I can almost guarantee you that every player out there who played the story mode of the game, who loved Sadie as a character, which is probably all of us, would buy a Sadie Bounty Hunter DLC to play on our Red Dead Redemption 2. But after that initial push, that initial sale, they would have to bundle it with Red Dead Redemption 2, and they couldn't sell it by itself for very much after the first couple of months. And so they would have to basically initially sell X number of copies of it to make their money back for the development and everything else. And that's something they factor in. Oh, I would love to get more Sadie. I know a lot of Red Dead 1 fans love seeing John in the game. I honestly could care less about him. I would have loved to have the second act of Red Dead Redemption 2. I would have loved that to be about Sadie. But that's not, you know. See, now, Red Dead Redemption 3, I would love to see Red Dead Redemption 3. I would love to see Red Dead Redemption 3 be the young Arthur story. Growing up with the gang, leading up to Blackwater. That would be awesome. And then actually have Blackwater happen. Maybe we'd play as one of the characters that died in Blackwater. Like, what's his name? One of the characters that died in Blackwater. Maybe we would play the first part of the game as that character. They would die in Blackwater. Yeah, I mean, that would be cool. That would be, I mean, there's so much stuff they could do. Will they do it? Probably not. Probably not. Red Dead Online, GTA 5, that's what Rockstar concentrates on, because that's where they make their money, on skins that I still don't, that's a young man's game. I don't understand that. I could never, I just can't pay money for nothing.
That smarts a bit.
I don't mind trading in-game currency that I've earned for different outfits of stuff, but I would never in my life pay money for an outfit that doesn't give me any tactical advantage. Now, if that outfit, say, made you more resistant to gunfire, or more resistant to animal attacks, or something like that, then I could go, okay, I can get behind. I still probably wouldn't pay it, but you know, I can understand people paying money for it because it's pay to win. Well, yeah, but that's pay to win. But I just don't understand skins. I never have. My son's like, yeah, I built my first computer by selling CSGO skins, and I was like, sold what? And he's like, I sold CSGO skins for guns and different outfits you could get by opening loot crates of packs. And I'm like, what? People actually buy those? It's like, yeah, people bought them for a lot of money. And I'm like, well, what do they do for you? Oh, well, it gives you kind of bragging rights in the game. It gives you bragging rights that you spent money on something that gives you no tactical advantage in the game. Other than you spent money on it. All right. And I'm like, well, congratulations on building your computer. Congratulations on building your computer. I don't get it. But congratulations on building your computer. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. I just never understood it. But then again, I just, you know, but that's where they make their money on the online stuff, is they make their money on that. If people stop buying skins and stop buying that stuff, they would stop making online. They would stop making those kind of. They would stop making that stuff tomorrow. It's a self-perpetuating, self-fueling system, is what it is. If people tomorrow stop doing that, stop buying that stuff, they would stop making it. They would stop making games like that immediately. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, and there's nothing wrong with it. And honestly, if you're somebody who bought them, I'm not trying to shame you. I'm just saying I don't understand it. I mean, if you want to have a cool looking skin, great. I played EverQuest and EverQuest 2 for 14 years. And yes, I tried to get cool looking outfits. I would spend hours, I would spend days worth of gameplay camping spawns that would give me specific clothing drops just so I could have a complete outfit of stuff. But for me, I just worked for it. I didn't just go buy it. I just never. I enjoyed. I enjoyed the hunt. I guess. I guess I could say. I enjoyed the hunt. I enjoyed, working for it and trying to see if I could get lucky and do it. And honestly, it gave me something to do in the game too. But yeah, it never, ever in my wildest dreams crossed my mind that you could do that. I never did. It was like, wow, you could actually, my son told me about that. I was like, wow, you can actually sell skins and get money for them. Wow, that's so cool. And it also seems very fraught with fraud, but hey, that's cool. Oh, we can't make it all. Yeah, he's a smart kid. Oh yeah, he got in. From what I understand, he got into the whole skin game. He got into the skin game back when it was hot. When it was very hot. Hey, you know what? Back in the day, I'll admit, back in the day, when EverQuest was like the hottest thing around. You see how I hoard in this game, okay? You see how I hoard in Long Dark? I was worse than EverQuest. I was a loot hoarder. I would hoard every piece of loot. I would sell off everything from the simple bone fragment to a piece of cloth to everything I could. I played the market like crazy. I would go to merchants and find things that people wanted, like bone shards that somebody just, some noob sold to a merchant. I would buy them from the merchant and go and quadruple the amount of money I could get for them in West Common Lands. And so by the time EverQuest kind of hit its peak, I had probably 15 to 20 million platinum. And to understand, platinum in original EverQuest was a very hard commodity to get because it was a 100-to-1 ratio on copper to silver, silver to gold, gold to platinum. Unlike EverQuest 2, where it was a 10-to-1 ratio, platinum in EverQuest 1 was much harder to get a hold of. Well, it used to be anyway. It's not so much anymore. It used to be very hard to get a hold of platinum. And so I got a ton of platinum early on, and then platinum got very sought after to the point where I was able to pay for one Christmas. I was able to pay for everything off of the platinum I sold to the platinum people, because I was selling like 1 million platinum for $75, real cash. I couldn't believe it. People, I was like, I was beside myself. I was like, somebody wants to pay me 75 real world money that I can go spend on anything I want for 1 million platinum in a game that is only worth anything in the game. And I saw the trajectory that EverQuest 1 was going on. I saw things like going like downhill as far as like, the Luckland expansion, the Plains of Power expansion. Platinum was getting a lot easier at that point to come across. There was a lot more mobs you could kill that would give you 10, 15, 20 platinum a kill, and so I got out. I got out while the getting was good, and I made a lot of cash on the way out. And I'm not sad about it at all. Ooh. Mooside Satchel time, baby. How do I not get bored of Long Dark? Because I love Long Dark. Long Dark is the greatest of all time.
Barely walking. It's weird.
It's the same in Eve. 1 billion ISK, about $6 US per billion. Yeah, though it's very illegal to do RMT. I don't know what RMT is. Oh, it was sketchy as heck. Believe me, Aldreas. It was sketchy as heck to sell platinum in EverQuest 1. Because this is pre, like, PayPal or anything like that. Well, it wasn't pre-PayPal. I think PayPal might have been around. But this was pre a lot of the stuff that's in place now. Like having people directly do things. And so you had to, it was like a shady drug deal. It was like, okay, you go online, you meet up with the guy online, you go, okay, I have a million platinum to sell you. He was like, all right, what server are you on? You tell him what server you're on. He's like, I'll meet you in the Bazaar Marketplace in Luckland in 10 minutes. So you go and here's the name I'm going to be using. So you go hang out in the bazaar. Looking around, and then you just send them. You keep sending a private message to that name. Eventually, you get a message back. Yes, I'm here. Come over to the stall on the right-hand side, and we'll do the exchange. So you then go to the stall. You have to wait there. You go to the stall. You meet the guy. You then transfer from your inventory 1 million platinum to his inventory. He logs off. You then go on your online PayPal account or whatever, and you start refreshing it to see if they actually pay you. Because there's no guarantee they're going to pay you. There's no guarantee. I never got ripped off, but I heard of people who did. But there's no actual guarantee that they will pay you once they've taken your platinum. Because there's no, I mean, this is not authorized. This is, yeah, and Sony's certainly not going to help. They're going to be like, oh, did you give him 1 million platinum? Well, then you gave him 1 million platinum.
Never been so.
I mean, all you had was a gentleman's agreement and a handshake, basically. Yeah, it was a virtual, it's like a virtual drug deal. Virtual drug deal. But Flim, I just enjoy this game. This game is relaxing. To me, honestly, this game is relaxing. I know, it seems like, Interloper shouldn't be a relaxing one to play. But to me, it's relaxing, and I enjoy it. And it's always, for me, it's always a new game. Every time you play it, it's a new game. Sure, some of the rules are the same, but the game changes every time. Where the loots are, where you spawn, what you're gonna find, what animals, certain things may happen to you that didn't happen before. But yeah, it was very shady back then. But yeah, real money trade is illegal to do, but it's done all the time. I would imagine. I would imagine people trade ISK all the time. They just do it on the DL and hope they don't get caught. And you probably don't say anything about it in game. What we do secretly in game stays secretly in game. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got into Eve and I got out of Eve. I quickly found out I was getting into Eve way too late. Way too late. Eve at this point is a lot like it's a lot like EverQuest and EverQuest 2 and World of Warcraft, to be honest. They basically basically it's a game where getting new players is not something that happens very often, unless they're players that already have a tie to somebody who has a high-level guild, in the case of World of Warcraft, EverQuest or EverQuest 1 because all they do is raid. Or in the case of Eve, if you have a large corporation, if you have friends who are in a large corporation, you can successfully enter the game. I tried to enter the game about, I don't know, a few years ago. Okay, 6 years ago. I tried to enter the game as a noob who knew nobody, and it was interesting to a point, and then it just got really frustrating. Because you can go into the high security areas and mine pretty consistently with no real grief. But then you get into the lower security areas and you're basically always watching your tail. It's not like it's not like an NPC raider's going to come in. It's another player who basically just wants to grief you. And yeah, that's loads of fun. That always is fun. And it's like I just am trying to, harvest like one little rare item so I can make one little better ship. And then you get griefed by a player, and you basically are screwed. So that's loads of fun. So yeah, definitely, if you're gonna play Eve Online, you definitely want to play if you already know somebody, or you have somebody who is already, in a higher level corporation or a large corporation. It definitely helps. Unless you just want to, play at a low level, you can always play at a low level. It's just don't expect a ton of advancement in that game. Don't expect to go to like what are those zones you can go to, Aldreas? It's like it's not in regular space, it's like in weird space. I forget what they're called. Forget what those zones are called, but there's like zones that you have to go through a portal to get to. Don't go to those. It's not going to end up well for you. It's going to end very poorly for you. Let's just put it that way. Been playing EVE Online for 14 years. Yeah, God, low set the null zones. There we go. The null zones. Thank you. Yeah, I personally, Lorenzo, I love the idea of EVE Online. I love it. I love the idea. It very much though. Yeah, jump gates. There we go. Playing EVE since day one. Yeah, I wish I'd got into it early. I love the idea of it. If I had got into EVE Online early, I probably would have really liked it a lot. I'm not much of a joiner though. That's the only thing about it, is that I'm not much of a joiner. I don't like being part of a group or a collective for the most part. I have an idea for a stream to survive an HRV without leaving for any reason on Interloper. Hey, give it a shot. You have a good chance in the Hush River Valley. You will eventually run out of things and stuff to do. But hey, it's probably your best shot, Flim. I would give it a try. I mean, if I were you. I wouldn't give it a try myself, but I would give it a try if I were you. I love being in Nullsec currently with Brave Noobs. Next time you log on, look at the all-time leader in the Republic Fleet Firetail ship. Tell me whose name you see at the top. Would that be your name? I haven't even downloaded, Lorenzo, I haven't even downloaded EVE Online in years. It's been like 6 or 7 years since I played it. We're harvesting. We are harvesting. I lost interest. I love the I love the planet mechanics to get different resources. I thought that was kind of cool. I really enjoyed that part of the game. Of course, then somebody could just attack your planets and, and you lose all the stuff that you've built up and done. But hey, that's part of this. All right. Let's go. I'm still.
Do anything for a drink right now.
I know. You'd probably do anything for food. And what would you do for a Klondike bar? That's what I want to know, my dear. Let's take those out. The arrowheads in. Put the birch or the maples in there. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I'm a bitter vet to say the least. You're a bitter vet. Well, hey, you know, I think the idea of something like EVE Online is great. I think the ultimate downfall the ultimate downfall of any PvP community is the PvP community not regulating itself. And it also becomes very the community eventually breaks into several sects. Not sexes, but sects. S-E-C-T-S. The community will break down into different factions, is I guess a better way to do it. It'll break down into factions on how they want to play the game. There's people who want to play the game very casually and just want to have fun and explore and you know, just kind of build bigger ships. And then there's people who just want to fight all the time. And the people who want to fight all the time, it's fine. But I think EVE Online would be better served if there was an option to not do PvP, I guess. An option to not do the PvP part. But then again, that's what it's all grown up around, so if they had areas that no PvP was even allowed, I think that would be cool. I think that would be cool. I think that would be an interesting thing to explore. But, you know, you're a pirate corporation? Yeah, I pretty much hate you in the game. You'd always be blowing me up. You'd always be blowing me up, and I'd be cursing you. And if I could have if I had voice chat with you, I'd be yeah it's Eve. That's why I don't play Eve. I do not have the stomach for the struggle that game brings about. I don't have the fortitude for it. It's not how I live my life. I don't like being trolly to people. I don't like just running around and shooting other people. It just isn't. It's not fun to me.
I wonder if I can drop any of this.
You know, but hey, there's people worse than pirates, high sec war deckers. Oh, the people that just like go in and just shoot up stuff in high sec anyway. I should play a game called you know, hey Mark Wars, should I play the Forest? I've played the Forest. I don't like it that much. Yes, it has those stupid cannibal things that are all shaky and you can't. They're all weird. Combat with the stuff in that game is strange. I'm sure for the time that game came out, it was top of the line, but it's not aged real well, in my opinion. I never played it when it first came out, so I can't say, but it just doesn't. The mechanics of the game, the physical mechanics of the game, are just really bad. It doesn't. It feels like a game in alpha almost, in a way. It's a fine game. I mean, I've seen people play it before very well, but it also is a game where it looks like it'd be more fun with people, but with more people. But yeah, I've tried the Forest. I've played the Forest a bunch, actually. I mean, it's pretty fun. I just try to avoid. I always try to avoid the cannibal dudes. I just don't like them, and I know that eventually I have to face them, and I don't like the idea of that. I don't like the idea that I have to face the cannibal dudes.
God, I need anything right about now.
It's not my bag. But yeah, I have played it. Mark Wars always ribs me about it too. He's always like, "Hey, Atheenon, you should play the Forest." I'm like, "No, I don't want to play. It's not my bag." Green Hell is the same sort of thing. I like Green Hell as a game conceptually. I just don't like the cannibal thing in it. I don't like the cannibals. It's just, I don't know. They're just weird. They don't act right. They don't act like real. They don't act like real cannibals would. The idea of traps and stuff. Yeah, the idea of traps is pretty cool. But I got a late start into gaming. I mean, mainly because I played so much EverQuest and EverQuest 2 for basically a decade and a half. So for me, most of everything that's out there. Oh shoot, I didn't drink water. Most of everything that's out there is kind of new to me because I didn't really play a lot of stuff back in my EverQuest days. There was very few things that actually attracted me enough to play them. Halo and Halo 2 are very two distinct exceptions. The Knights of the Old Republic was one. There's a few things I played back in the day, but they are very few and far between. Because most of the time I was farming stuff in EverQuest. Let's be honest. I was a big farmer. Cured, cured, cured. Cured, cured, cured. Fresh and cured and cured and cured. And more cured.
This bag is getting kind of heavy.
I spent too much time playing Quern. I did not. You silly. I did not spend time playing Quern. What's my opinion on online maps? Use them if you want to. I've never been a purist in games. I'm like, use the tool. I've never been. I do not like getting frustrated with the game just for getting frustrated with the game's sake. If you want to challenge yourself and never use a map in the game and learn everything yourself, fully for you. That's great. I would never shame anybody for using maps. I'd never shame anybody for using it. Eventually, you'll learn the maps. I haven't looked at an in-game map for probably 2 to 3 years. Because you get used to the maps. You get used to where stuff is. It's like anything else. It's like if you went to a brand new city. Say you went to a brand new city that you'd never been. Say you're taking a trip to Phoenix, Arizona. I think that you do indeed think you spend too much time playing Quern. In fact, I would bet on it. Deny it. I dare you. I do deny it. Too hard for me to chat and play my own Looper run. But it's just like, say you were going to Phoenix, Arizona for the very first time, and your friend said, well, I live over on the east side of town, and here's my address. Would you just go, oh, well, no worries, I'll just head east and I'll find it eventually? No, you look at a map. It's not cheating. It's just, you don't know the area. I think using maps is just fine. Bottom line, I think using maps is totally a fine thing to do. I think there's no shame in it. I've said it many times before, as long as you're playing the long dark, I don't care how you're playing it, as long as you're playing it, you're doing it right. Whether you're using maps, whether you take a peek at the loot tables to see what loot table you're on, I don't think there's any shame in it at all. I don't think there's any shame at all. I usually online maps to find buffers because I always died finding them. Yeah, and even the online maps are not perfect because the online maps give you no idea of elevation. Something could be way above something else, and you're down here, and on the map it says it's right by you, and you're like, where the heck is it? And you're like, oh, never mind. Never mind. Well, we do have a moose-hide satchel, rabbit-skin pants and boots, deer-skin pants. We can make deer-skin boots now as well. I'm going to repair up my deer-skin pants, if I can. But, it's one of those things where I figure any resource... This game is hard enough as it is because there is no in-game map, which I applaud them for not putting an in-game map in this game. I think that was a super smart move. It gives people the option to look at maps if they want to. But I think it was brilliant not putting an in-game map in it. It's kind of jarring to play some of the story mode because there is an in-game map. Yeah, and when they came out with the mapping mechanic, they did it well. They didn't say, oh, here you are on the map, and now you can see everything around you, and you'll always know exactly where you are on the map. No, it pretty much maps what's around you, and then you're like, yeah, I don't know where I am now. But, you know, it's kind of jarring when I play story mode to be able to open the map up and see exactly where I am in the game. It's kind of like, oh, that's kind of weird. Because that gives you a definite advantage in something like a Blizzard. Yes, green screen soda hype. It gives you a definite advantage in a Blizzard to be able to open up the map and go, oh, I'm right there. And the farmhouse is right over here, so I'm going to head towards that. Which is what we're used to doing in most games. I mean, heck, I did that in Horizon Zero Dawn all the time. I'd be like, where am I going for this quest? Oh, it's over here. I gotta head this direction. And I just head over to it. So we're so used to doing that in games now that it's just become the norm. So I think it's very interesting that they did not allow us to have a in-game map that tells us where we are in the Long Dark. I think that's a very unique thing for the game. I know survival is a different level of challenge compared to the story. Hard is not a challenge. Yeah, well, yeah, even the hardened condition survival on the story mode, Green Intellectual, is not that hard. It's not that hard. I suck at reading maps in general. I always just memorize all the surroundings. Well, and that's the thing is, like, if you play the Long Dark long enough, you'll start to recognize landmarks, even trees, even little valleys, even just different areas in the game. You'll start to recognize them, and moving around in them will not be as difficult as it was in the beginning of the game. You'll start knowing where things are, and knowing what landmarks to look for. And even if you get lost, I think the best thing to do if you get lost, especially in a Blizzard, is just start walking in a straight line as much as you can, and eventually you'll hit a wall or you'll hit some sort of landmark. Is the technical backpack and crampons worth it? Oh, heck yeah. Definitely. You get another 5 kilos of carry weight, so worth it. So that emergency stim we picked up, that is the guaranteed emergency stim for Mystery Lake. That stim is always here, it is always right by that, and it's always here on Interloper. Also, you also get this here with 4 shells. There's always a gun and 4 shells at the bottom of the ravine. And at the summit, there is 8 shells and another flare gun as well. The crampons, I just like the crampons because they give me less sprain risks, but that's about it. But they do make climbing ropes a lot quicker. The climbing rope thing is really good. I mean, you can shinny up ropes very quickly with the crampons. So if you want to, carry the crampons around in your backpack. Wear a ear wrap for the extra warmth, and put the crampons before you climb it. Put them on before you climb a rope. Make them one of those items you swap out. It does make beachcombing easier too. Yep. I don't do a lot of beachcombing, so I can't really speak to that. But I have not been to Ash Canyon yet. That is actually my ultimate goal, Kirby, is to get all of my gear and go to Ash Canyon, get the crampons, and get the technical backpack. Which we might just head to Ash Canyon after we get done crafting up our gear. We might just head over to Timberwolf and Ash Canyon and see what we get. Oh, Ash Canyon, an Ash Canyon start is it CJ is a great start. Oh no, we're on like day 50 now. We're almost to day 50. It's a little cold out here. It's only negative 40. I think Ash Canyon's a great zone. What does Beachcomb mean? So in Coastal Highway, I don't really beachcomb Coastal much, but in Coastal Highway, Desolation Point, and Bleak Inlet, I think Bleak Inlet, you can go on the edge of the water by the ocean, and there's stuff that washes up. Usually it's on weak ice, and you have to run out and get it. But you can run out and get it. Negative 18 here. And Crumbling Highway 2, thank you, Mark Wars. I totally forgot about that. Hang on, I thought you survived 473 days and visited all the areas. What do you mean? On this character? No.
It's a goddamn.
I have a guy who survived 764 days.
Come on,
that's
fire.
that's Eggy. That's Eggy McKenzie. He's at 764 days. Or 760 something. Oh, in the past, yes. Yes. This character's a newbie. This is a newbie character. Make a little water, get a little sleep. But yes, we have several long characters actually. We have our cartographer character. We have Will Eggy McKenzie, who is my longest running interloper ever, and he sits at 764 days right now. I don't really play him because honestly, he's kind of boring. Until a new zone comes out, and then he's exciting again. Then he's exciting, but honestly, he's kind of boring. He just is. Well, there will be a new, I mean, Ash Canyon is a new zone, but there will be a new zone when they release the, there's not a new zone now, but I'm waiting for a new zone before I continue with Will. The deer down here always seems to have a crap ton of meat on him. He always seems to have a lot of meat on him. He's a big boy. But yeah, when the new expansion comes out, the new story mode, I should say, it'll be introducing a new zone that we will then be able to access at some point in the future, but not right now. It's not available at the moment, or it won't be available at release of the story mode. But at some point in the future, we will be able to access it in survival, which is all we really care about anyway. So sorry to burst anybody's bubble, but honestly, that's all I really care about anyway. Is survival mode. Story mode is interesting, but I don't find story mode to be challenging like this, like survival mode is. For me, survival mode's where it's at. That's where it's at. Oh, they probably will. They're messing around with it. I think they learned from their past because they did put out they've done the expansions differently in the past. in the past they put out like
I'm not sure I can carry much
all
more.
the new stuff in Pleasant Valley with episode 3. Even I think a little bit before episode 3 they put some of it out. And I think they want it to be more of a mystery altogether than be everybody know what's going to happen.
Man, I am too tired to think straight.
Because I mean, like, for me, I don't usually play story mode the moment they bring it out. Because I know there's people out there who don't want me to play it right away. They want to play it themselves. So usually I give it about 2 weeks before I play story mode. That way people who want to play it themselves have a good opportunity to play it. Kind of get their, you know, they can kind of get a feel for it. And they can work their way through it themselves. And then they'll watch me play it as well, because they like to, you know, they like to check it out. But that's the thing is, like, you know, if I'm going to play it, I play it, you know, my way. Which I know frustrated a bunch of people with episode 3. But hey, my way turned out to be the right way in the end anyhow. My way of playing it turned out to be right for a change. I was actually right for a change. I know, it's shocking. I hadn't been right for a long time. My ex-wife never let me forget that I was wrong most of the time, so. But yeah, I'll definitely be playing it when it comes out. Episode 4 is supposed to be coming later this year. I honestly was thinking it would probably already be out, but it's not. Not yet anyway. Yeah, I thought it'd be out by now too. I know they got tons of stuff they're dealing with. They're dealing with the coup. They're dealing with you know, all the lockdowns that are going on in Canada, which is even worse than stuff going on around here. You know, they're dealing with a lot of stuff. So I can't say I'm shocked it's not out, but you know. All right, we cooked up all of our teas. Where's our cooking skill at? Ooh. 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 Yeah, baby. Nice. Do teas spoil after being cooked? No, they do not. Teas and coffees never spoil. Now, the initial packets of coffee and packets of herbal tea that you find, those do decay. But if they ever get to 0, just make sure you leave them out on the counter. Because if they ever get to 0, you can still cook them and they go back to 50%. And then they'll never decay after that. So coffee and tea packets, as long as you find them before they go to 0 and leave them out on the counter, even if they go to 0 later in the game, they'll still be fine. Because you can cook them back to 50%. But coffees, these sort of coffees and teas will never decay. So I should have drank some of the teas. Gosh dang it, instead of drinking my water. What are you thinking, Atheenon? What if I should force myself to play story mode to get to know the new map early? You know, I did it the opposite, Yargold. I played around on the new Pleasant Valley map before I did my story mode playthrough, so I knew where most of the stuff was. Excuse me. Big sneeze there. So that was kind of fun. And it also, you know, in my playthrough of Chapter 3, I went to the, I did all the side missions before I went to the community center and triggered the Timberwolves, so I never had to deal with them until I was actually in that part of the story. Hey, Ath, I hate to ask, but could you remind me of the Darkwalker strategy? I was thinking of trying it out, can't remember. What place was it? Place a ward right when you enter the zone. Place a lure. Basically the whole idea with Darkwalker, since the Darkwalker's following you, is if you place a lure You place a lure when you enter a zone. So wherever he is, you're going away from that lure, and he has to go to that lure before he can go after you. Basically, my whole premise with Darkwalker is always place the lure wherever you are leaving. So if you're leaving a place, you put the lure down and you go. And then he has to go to that lure and either destroy it or the lure has to run out on its own before he can even start approaching you again. So he will not approach you as long as that lure is active. Now, it does kind of suck in a place like Broken Railroad. If he's coming down the railroad and you're going up the railroad and he's going to the lure in back of you, that can kind of suck. But I mean, the biggest problem with the Darkwalker is that he moves in a straight line from point A to point B. From wherever he is to wherever you are, whether you are above him, below him, beside him, there's walls in the way, doesn't matter. He goes through everything right to you. So that makes him a very annoying enemy because there's no way to get around him. Yeah, he can get you on a rope. He can get you anywhere. Never gonna try him because I really don't like the Endless Night. He's a Skyrimming. He is the Skyrimming master. I should play the Darkwalker challenge again. I actually like the Darkwalker challenge. After you have visited all of the circles and got all of the notes, Flynn, you have to go to Ash Canyon and dispel the Darkwalker. You have to go there and dispel the Darkwalker. So, however you are going around the zones, and then the other thing to remember is that fog is building up in the zone as you stay in the zone, so you can only stay in each zone a certain amount of time. So you don't want to be crossing your own trail very often unless you're just running through the zone and getting out of it. So generally, Timberwolf Mountain is probably the best zone to end in, because then you can just hop over to Ash Canyon and deuces, you're out of there. I know. The first try at dispelling them, and somebody said, "Oh, we can't enter the circle," and I was like, "Really?" And so I was like, "Okay, I'll try and see what I want to see the Darkwalker up close." And then by the time he got close, I was dead because he entered the circle. So we had to do it again. It was okay. I don't blame it. I don't blame anybody for that. Are there any good routes for it? Well, ideally, I think the best route is starting in Rush River Valley, Mountain Town, Broken Railroad to Forlorn Muskeg, Bleak Inlet, back to Forlorn Muskeg, into Mystery Lake, then go into Coastal Highway, Desolation Point, zip back through Coastal to Pleasant, Timberwolf Mountain, and Ash Canyon. I think that there is the best. That's the easiest route with the least crossing over, the least having to go through the same area over and over again. But if you do a completely random start, which I don't know if that one's a completely random start or not, I can't remember now. Or if it always starts you in the same place. Oh no! Yeah, you gotta stop at that second little ledge there. That second ledge is the most important ledge in the game. At least while you're in the ravine. But I think that to me is the best route. You can do other routes. I mean, just remember, whatever route you take, you eventually have to be... you have to go to Ash Canyon to get rid of it. So, if you dilly-dally a lot in Pleasant Valley, getting through Pleasant Valley into Timberwolf Mountain can be kind of tough. Especially if you're coming from Mystery Lake, you gotta cross virtually the entire zone to do it. Now, the fog buildup is based on real-life time. It is not in-game time. It is real life time. So the more real life time you spend in a zone, the more fog builds up. So you could sleep past time, sleep past time, sleep past time over and over and over in a zone, and that's not going to build up fog. Whereas if you just sat there and twiddled your thumbs for a few hours, the fog would build up very rapidly. I think you have about, I think it's like 20 real minutes, or maybe it's half an hour, real time to get in and out of zones. So you don't have a lot of time, honestly. You can't go on huge loot fests. Generally with Dark Walker, I just go for the campfires. You don't really need much else other than what you can gather at the campfires, to be honest. They're enough to get you through the game, get you through the mission, whatever you want to call it. They're enough. What are my personal favorite bases for Interloper? Well, Carter Hydro Dam, number one, because Carter Hydro Dam is centrally located between what I call the three pieces of the map. This piece, and this piece over here. And Bleak Inlet you can throw with either one, because I don't really go there on Interloper. So Carter Hydro Dam, if you're going from this side of the map over, you can pass through it. If you're going from this side of the map over this way or down here, you pass through it. If you're going from this side over to here, you pass through it. So you're constantly in the vicinity of the Carter Hydro Dam, and so I leave a lot of crafting material there, some food, some water, tools, supplies, guts and hides, birch and maple, and that way if I'm ever needing it, I'm skip and a jump away and I can just go back there. Now, on this part of the map over here, I tend to like outdoor stuff for my bases. I mean, I will set up like at the farmhouse in Pleasant Valley as like my crafting area, but I really like the Burned Ridge Cave as a good jumping off point for everything and a good way to get rid of cabin fever. So I definitely like a base there. In Mystery Lake, I tend to not base up in Mystery Lake itself. I really like the ravine as my base. As my outdoor base, and then the Carter Hydro Dam as my indoor base. For Coastal Highway, I generally, it's weird, I like the garage area, because the garage has a wolf, or it has a bunch of wolves and bear, can have a possible moose, and it's a great way to get to Desolation Point from there to Forge if you want to. Mountain Town and Hush River Valley, I pretty much loot, boot, and scoot on those places. Broken Railroad, I never really go to. Bleak Inlet, I don't really go to. Timberwolf Mountain, if I had to stay a base up, it's the Mountaineer's Hut. Or if I kill the bear, I'll camp in his cave. Ash Canyon, I pretty much just kind of wander around Ash Canyon. I don't really have a base there. But yeah, those are some of the base spots I like to utilize anyway. I hope that helps. But and honestly, I don't base up as much as I make stashes of food, water, supplies, just general stuff. Chris Tess, how you doing, my friend? I just make just general stash points in caves and houses, you know, places where I have sticks stashed up, where I have hides and guts stashed up. Of course, any hides that are around the, any hides or guts that are around the Carter Hydro Dam, of course I'm going to take the Carter Hydro Dam. But, beyond that, I do like to have stashes of stuff. And usually I like to stash them outdoors, because that's a good way to sort of have a place outside. Well, that's that, you know, if they ever add on either a connector, some sort of connection, or another zone by Broken Railroad, my opinion of that zone will change completely. Broken Railroad is just a dead end, which is It doesn't have much point. I mean, I know people love the maintenance yard and love that the moose and the bear spawn close by and everything, and it does have a possibility of 3 stems in the zone, and it has 2 guaranteed stems, which is the only reason I ever really go there. But getting from Broken Railroad back into the rest of the game is a major pain in the butt. You have to go all the way from the maintenance yard either to the Forlorn Muskeg Forge area or up to the mountain to the cave area. You have to go all the way from there all the way to those places before you have a sheltered area to stay in again. And it's a long trek. It's not like it's just a little short jaunt. You're going a pretty fair distance before you have a good situation again. And there's lots of wolves, bears along the way. Especially in Broken Railroad, it's a very it's a funnel. From the maintenance yards, it funnels you down a specific path to get out of there. So, my biggest tip for As the Dead Sleep is don't worry really about looting the houses and stuff in the game. Yes, they do have loot. No, you don't need it. You're going to find way better stuff at the campfires. Just go for each campfire. You'll find better stuff at the campfires than you do anywhere else. You'll find lots of good clothing at the campfires. You're going to find lots of good weapons, tools, everything else at the campfires. Yeah, that's the thing, Chris. Is it just gets kind of boring after a while. I just wish there was more to do there too. I mean, you kill your stuff and you kind of go, okay, what? Now there's no bear. I've killed all the wolves. The wolves do kind of respawn quickly in the zone, but I've killed all the wolves. I'm thinking of Dark Walker. What were you asking about? I'm sorry. As the Dead Sleep. Oh, As the Dead Sleep. Oh. The As the Dead Sleep challenge, I'm not a big fan of. I don't like Dead Man type challenges. But As the Dead Sleep I like because it actually has a definitive end to it, where you actually have a victory condition, sort of. So in As the Dead Sleep, I would recommend that you start, that you go directly to... See, this is how I like to do it. I go from the spawn point, which is always at the lighthouse. I always go over to the cannery, even though the Timberwolves are there. You can sprint past them. If you save all of your sprint, the moment you hit the gate, you can sprint past the Timberwolves before they rally and attack you, and you can get into the trailer. The trailer has some good loot in it, including a box of crackers. You can then sleep there for the night. Usually I spend my first night, I go from the lighthouse down to the little fishing camp and spend the night there, break down some stuff, make some water, and I'm good to go. Then I go to the little hut there at the cannery. I don't actually explore the cannery because you'll just die to the Timberwolves, but do that, get the crackers, get that stuff, then jet out of the cannery and go down the road to that little 3 hut place that has the truck. Loot that up real quick, then go up to the hut that's there, go up across the road and head to the hut that has the that's there by the broken one, that's right by the water, and then just try to get out of the zone. Your biggest trick is going to be getting by the Timberwolves. They don't like campfires, and so you can if you collect some wood, build a campfire, and then you can toss torches at them as they charge you. They won't charge through the campfire, but you can try tossing torches at them as they sit there and growl. And if you hit them with a torch, they'll start losing morale. Eventually, they'll break. Blue flares work really well too. Getting out of Bleak Inlet is probably the toughest part of that challenge. Once out of Bleak Inlet, I go to I go into Forlorn Muskeg, go to the forge, get all my loot that's there, sleep for the night after I build a fire, and then I head to Mystery Lake. I leave Broken Railroad till last. I head to Mystery Lake, down into the ravine. Make sure you grab a rope when you're in Mystery Lake. Go down into the ravine, get your flare gun, because now you have a flare gun, so you can defend yourself against wolf attacks. Wolf attacks will probably end you quicker in As the Dead Sleep than anything else, because the wolf will do damage to you that, and you can't recover it. And also at the bottom of the ravine, you will also find your stim. The stims are very, very important to get in As the Dead Sleep. They're the only way to get back health. Birch bark tea does not exist. You can't even make it. So don't even try. But stims will save your life. So you get the stim at the bottom of the ravine. Now, all this time, throughout Forlorn Muskeg, throughout Coastal or Mystery Lake, you want to be picking every cattail you can find. That may mean encountering some wolves. That may mean that you have to do the little torch trick with the wolf and scare him away. But you definitely want to use it. From there, I go to Coastal Highway and on to Desolation Point to get the next grave. And then I go back through. The other thing I want to do, that you want to do in As the Dead Sleep, is try not to cross your own path, because then you have fresh loot all the way along. And then in As the Dead Sleep after that, after I go to Mystery Lake, get the ravine, and I think, isn't there a grave site in the ravine? I think there is one in the ravine, isn't it? Or is it in Coastal Highway? I can't remember. I can't remember where the grave sites are. But then I go to Desolation Point, go to Timberwolf Mountain to get the grave site there, go into Hush River Valley, and go back through all of this, and back through the top of Mystery Lake, go through the top part of Mystery Lake, hitting the Unnamed Pond, the Trapper's Cabin, go through Trapper's Cabin, go through the cave there into Mountain Town, loot up Mountain Town, go into Hush River Valley and get the grave marker there, and then go back through into Broken Railroad and get the last grave marker there. Yeah, oh yeah. Get rose hips and mushrooms along the way. Yep, use them. Yep, definitely. Tea, that's a good point, Yargolt. Traveling on warm tea is a very big lifesaver in that game too. Whenever you start getting cold, stop, cop a drop, make a fire, get warmed up, make a hot tea, and travel. How do you get to the reloading bench in Bleak Inlet on Stalker? You have to go through the ravine, or you have to go through the place where we are right now. You have to go through the ravine, go into Bleak Inlet, go to the big tower. Beyond that tower is a radio control hut, sort of like in Pleasant Valley. You loot that. There's a note in there that will give you the code to the door. You have to have that note on you when you go to Bleak Inlet, down to the cannery. Make it past all the nasty wolves, and when an Aurora comes about, you make your way up a rope to the cannery door itself. You unlock the door, and then you can either decide to go into the cannery or not. I would suggest not, because Fluffy is in the cannery now. I completed story mode of Arid yesterday. I was wondering what you thought of it. I thought Arid was okay. Overall, it's a pretty solid game. I mean, you know, it was fun. I had fun with it. It's a nice alternative to a cold environment survival game. Is it a little clunky in parts? Yes. Is the inventory management annoying as all get out? Yes. I hate games that have inventory I don't like. Let's just put it this way. I don't like games that have
Sure getting cold.
small storage crates. I don't like. I prefer games like Long Dark where all of your inventory is based on the weight. said inventory or even volume. That's one thing I liked about Escape the Pacific, which we'll be playing later, is that Escape the Pacific, each component has volume and weight. There is no aiming with the bow. The bow in Long Dark is much like a real life bow. You don't actually aim. You guess. Like if I was trying to hit that stump right there, I would not aim straight. Well, I guess it's close enough I could. If I was trying to hit the bottom of that stump, I wouldn't aim straight at it. I would aim above it right now. Try to hit the bottom of the stump. Because the bow has drop. So you have to get the bow out, you draw it, sort of aim where you want to go. And you see that white dot on my screen right now over there? On your screen, you might want to make a small black dot, because that white dot disappears when you draw your bow. I have a small black dot on my screen, and I don't care what anybody thinks about it. I have a small black dot on my screen that tells me where that arrow is going to fly. Because the arrow is actually going to fly several inches. Well, not several inches. It's going to fly above where your actual arrow tip is. The arrow tip on screen is not representative of where the actual arrow is gonna go. Now, most of the time, if a wolf's charging directly in on you, you can just shoot him right in the face and you don't have to aim at all. You just go boink and you just punk him right in the face. Yeah, the game didn't run super smooth for me either, to be honest. It was kind of clunky. I enjoyed Arid though. Don't get me wrong. I thought Arid was a pretty fun little game. It just was a little bit on the clunky side. Little bit on the clunky side. Okay, we need to make our pants, which we can do. Or boots. I mean boots. We got pants. We don't need pants. We need to make boots. Can I make the boots with what I have? Oh, I can. Look at that. Look at us. Look at us being all crafty. The bow is super satisfying to shoot. But really, honestly, Flim, the best thing to do, I recommend to people all the time, is get a lot of practice with the bow. The bow is not, it doesn't have the mechanic of the gun where it's just you point it and you shoot it, and it just, you know, has very little drop, if any at all. The bow has a lot of drop, especially over great distances, which you can compensate for, but it takes a lot of practice. And rabbits are really good to practice on because they don't fight back. Blade CJ, how you doing? Hello. Quote 18. Meat quotes. You know what's hard to do with meat? Make it circular. Gives me time to slap my meat down and relax. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Alright. Well. And bedroll flashlight's always awesome. There's my drawer right there. What are they doing? Oh, I was just putting this garbage in there. Making it disappear. Let's find our way into the other room real quick. There's my doorway. Straight ahead is the door. There we go. You know, the run's going pretty good. What day are we on? We're at least on day 50 at this point, I think. 49. We've lived 48 days. So we're on day 50-ish. We're sort of on day 50. Sort of, kind of, sort of. There's a box here. I'm not that tired. I'm going to drink. I'm going to drink, and we're going to break this box down. I'm really not that tired. You can break stuff down with your hands in the dark. I don't recommend it in real life, but you can do it. And it's getting on to midnight. Alright. Let's get some sleep. We'll finish up our pants, and then we'll head off. We're going to head over towards Timberwolf Mountain and Ash Canyon. We won't make it there today, but we'll head over there. We've got enough stuff on us now that we can easily survive it. Plus, I want to get to the plane crash in Pleasant Valley. Plane crash is going to have some good stuff for us. Hopefully we'll get a few pieces of clothing out of it. Maybe some socks. Plus we're approaching that critical 60th day. At day 60, most of the clothing I'm going to find is just going to be absolute trash. What do you think if they added a compound bow? That'd be interesting. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, it'd be interesting, I guess. I don't know if that'd be a good thing or a bad thing. That sure would be interesting. Alright, let's drink a couple more teas here. Let's drink that one down just a little bit more. Boop, there we go. That one down a little bitty bite. There we are. Alright. Alright, let's go finish off our good stuff. We only have an hour and 1.4 hours. Nice. That means we can leave our boots. Yeah, I mean, I guess other than having a different weapon in the game, I don't know what a compound bow would add, or if it would be like harder to make, or what. A birch with us, or a maple, I mean. Take a few guts with us. Take a few feathers. Couple of birch that are already cured. I'm going to leave those here because we already have 17 arrowheads on us. Let's take a rabbit skins. A couple rabbit skins. They don't weigh much. Take a couple deer. Take a bear. Oh, that birch is all cured too. Look at that. I do need my pry bar.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
My storm lantern. More range, less drop. Yeah, that could be. That could be. See, I'd like to see just a whole wide array of different clothing. That I would like to see that. I'd like to see clothing that we could actually modify. So we can take clothing, we can actually modify it to how we want it. Okay, we got enough matches by far. I can leave all that fur here. That'll lower my weight. I don't know why I'm carrying 4 fur. That's 4 kilos right there. Fur is like the most inefficient wood to carry around with you. There we go. We're gonna pick up so much we're gonna pick up so much coal that we don't need any of this wood. We can leave all that here for the future us. That's all for future us, boys and girls. Alright. Empty. Yeah, they'll never add a fox to the game. They've already said that, unfortunately. Unfortunately, they'll never add a fox. Okay, so I got 3 more whetstones in there. And I have 1 whetstone on me right now. Let's get another one. Up. Let's leave a torch here for our future self. I think we're good. I could use a few cattails. Use them or lose them. Nah, I just use them. I'm never afraid about using cattails early game. Grab that black bear hide and we're good to go. We are good to go. Because they use the fox and owl as icons that the sign might be coming. Oh no, the owl might be, but they've said they'll never add a fox. They'll never add a beaver. As the beaver is their national animal or whatever, and the fox is the symbol of their company. Which, you know, I've always said you should add the fox and the beaver, but make them trappable only, so we get the furs from them, but we never actually kill them. Negotiator, how you doing? I'm doing good. I hope you're having a good day, too. So I thought that would be cool. But I would love to see some way... Ooh. A shotgun to the game? That would be crazy. Oh, I feel like something bit me on my back. I got like, you know when you get like one of those little bumps on your back? It sort of feels like a pimple almost, but it's not. It's like something bit you. And so it like sticks up just a little tiny bit. Yeah, something bit me. Something bit me. Yeah, I don't know any other weapons. I mean, if they added any weapon to the game, I would like it to be an improvised like pistol or improvised rifle that you could craft yourself in Bleak Inlet. I mean, that would be cool. Where you could find like you would find throughout the world broken revolvers, broken rifles, and you could harvest them and get weapons parts. You could take those weapon parts, a certain number of those weapon parts to Bleak Inlet. You could then craft up an improvised rifle or improvised revolver. Each would have varying degrees of condition available to them, and they would wear down rather quickly. You could repair them only at the milling machine. And you would have to craft all of your own ammo. It would be an end game. It would be an end game type thing for Interloper. Not something that you would just be able to run off and do right away. Because first, number one, you'd have to find the different guns, the different rifles, the different revolvers. You'd have to amass a certain number of parts before you could even do it. You would also then have to find shell casings throughout the world. You would have to find the pieces to make gunpowder. You would have to find the different things. You'd have to find the stump remover and the dusting sulfur. You'd have to find the car batteries and turn them into lead. Once you had all those components together, which would be scattered over many zones and lots of looting, you could then finally head to Bleak Broken Inlet, and you could make yourself a little revolver or rifle based on your appropriate supplies. And they probably wouldn't be in very good condition, but hey, it'd be fun. Yes, I have played The Forest. It's not my thing. Somebody just asked about that like an hour ago. Yes, I have played The Forest. I'm not a big fan. I can see the appeal, but it is a very clunky, it's a very dated, clunky game. And I don't like the cannibals in it. I know there's people out there who are going to hate me for saying that because they played it when it first came out and they love it. But it's, you know, it's like me and Knights of the Old Republic. I love Knights of the Old Republic. It is a very clunky, dated game. It's a very clunky, dated game. It's still fun. I enjoy it. But if I was to pick that game up today as a brand new player, I would be like, what is this garbage? I can't play this. And that's the thing, is like, The Forest was an interesting game. I played it for a little while. But I couldn't get into it. And I could definitely see I definitely am interested. I like the concept of it.
Did I say I hate
I like the
meatballs?
concept of the
'Cause
forest.
I really do.
The execution, not as much. I'd be interested in seeing their follow-up game that they have planned. I think that one might be better. So that I'm definitely curious about. And the forest is definitely it's a lot like Raft, a lot like Void Train, a lot like Don't Starve and Don't Starve Together. I think they're more games geared towards the group play, because I could see in the forest where group play would definitely help you out a lot. Where solo, you're kind of bogged down, chopping down this tree, 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 chopping down this tree. Okay, I got some logs, gotta take the logs over here. Chopping down this tree, chopping down this tree, chopping down. It just, there's a lot of that in the game. Oh, jeez. Random! I was going to Holiday. I went to Holiday and it was very nice. Except the coming back and getting a bad case of strep throat. But the Holiday itself was great. Random, thank you for the 100 bits! I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you for the support. But yeah, the coming back was not so much. Yeah, see, I knew the bedroll would be here. So in this file, we got the bedroll in... Oh, jeez. We got the bedroll in the Winding River Cave. Thank you for the 200 bits. Appreciate that very much as well, Tyler. And by using our loot tables, I can tell you exactly where the rest of our loot's going to be in the entire game. So we got the Winding River bedroll, which means that bedroll, camp office, nope, not loot table 1. Not loot table 2. We are not in loot table 3. We are on... No, we are on loot table 3. Yes, we are on loot table 3. Yep, we're on loot table 3. So if you go there, you can go and look at loot table 3. That's where everything for the game will be for us. So booyah. We now know where all of the loot would be. If you want to do that. If you don't want to do that, no shame. I don't care. I don't do it all the time myself, so. Have I ever went hunting in real life? Yes, when I was very young, my dad took me hunting. It's not my bag. I found it very boring. The stomping through, the walking through the woods, waiting for something to happen, just, I was more interested in reading my comic books, which frustrated the heck out of my dad, but he let me bring them along because it shut me up. My dad was not a horrible person, but yes, he was very disappointed that his eldest son was not into hunting. He was very disappointed that his eldest son was not into hunting. Now my brother, he got into hunting, but I just never got into it. I never got into it. I like in-game hunting. I don't like hunting though. We do need a few more skill ups though.
My fingers.
Oh, that was a little too high. Oh, that was right on. You just gotta angle that bow a little bit, baby. Yeah, baby, you angle the bow and you figure it out, and then you're good to go. Is the Monolith Lake Ravaged Moose Carcass spawn on Loper? No.
We'll carry this load for much longer.
Very. I personally have never got a Ravaged Moose Carcass on any of my Interloper runs ever. I've heard it does spawn every great once in a while, but I have never been that lucky. Never been that lucky. I've heard of the moose spawning, the Ravaged Moose Carcass spawning on Interloper, but much like the fabled Revolver and Climbing Socks, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
hype train crew.
I would trust Reddit as far as I could throw it. But then again, I don't really get on Reddit. Reddit is a rabbit hole I choose not to dive down. just like Twitter is a rabbit hole I choose not to dive down. I could dive down it, but I choose not to dive down. I value my sanity. It would drive me insane. I dove down the Reddit rabbit hole for about a week. And I was like, oh my god, I cannot handle this anymore. Too much for me. But yeah, the moose corpse, I don't know if it still spawns or not, to be honest. I really truly don't know. The climbing socks and the revolver, I'm pretty sure do not spawn any longer. I'm like 99% sure those don't. Unless somebody has seen them spawn recently. It's not from a file that was like a few years ago. What do I think of the game story? It's fine. Thank you, Tyler, for the 200 bits. Appreciate that very much. I know, it's weird. It's like saying, it's like, well, it's giving us 3.5 minutes. But thank you for the bitty boos! The story for the game is okay. I mean, I know it's Raph's baby, and I'm excited to play the next chapter of it, but I think the best way to put it is that it's not what I play Long Dark for. I don't play the Long Dark for the story. I play Long Dark for the open world survival sandbox, which is the most amazing open world survival sandbox in existence, in my opinion. Especially for solo game players like myself. You will not really find a better one. Tyler! Thank you so much! Terrific! Welcome into the Athpack. Thank you so much for giving out that tier 1 sub! And the problem too, I found with Reddit, as well as a lot of the other sources.
Cheered Dex 50.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the same Interloper or not, because it's a custom game. Custom games have different rules. You play a custom Interloper game, if you just go to custom, set it to Interloper, everything is the same as far as I can tell, except that you only have 10-day parasites. You don't get 20-day parasites. So there are differences between the custom games and the regular games.
Thank you, I'll be here all week.
Brand to my cheered Dex 10.
Thank you for the 10 bits there, Branjamite. Kimioda smashes his cans without an opener and doesn't make tea, which is heresy as far as I'm concerned. Hey, you know, that's the thing though, Davo, is that this game is so up to you. That's why I like the survival aspect of the game as well. Oh, thank you, Tyler, for another 100 bits. That's why I like the open world survival of this game so much as well, is because as long as you're living, you're doing it right. Doesn't matter what your strategy is, whether your strategy is to not do teas and not smash open cans, or your strategy is to be very meticulous and be very detailed in everything you do. As long as you're living, you're doing it right. And honestly, as long as you're playing the game, you're doing it right. Well, I think the subtrain thing, it's based on a hype train starts when multiple people subscribe, use bits, or give subscriptions. So it's if only 2 people are doing it, it counts. It doesn't count. It doesn't count the same person doing it again as another person. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? But that's the thing. It's like everybody has their own style, their own gameplay. I have a different gameplay style than Kimioda, than One and Only, than just about everybody else. See, hazard headline, did it! Hazard headline. Well, that should put our hype train at a pretty high level to begin with already. We're probably past level 1 already, to be honest. We're probably past level 1. Oh, we're 58% through level 1. Okay, so we're 58% through level 1 already. Well, thank you, Hazard Headline. Woo woo! Get that hype train rolling, baby. And thank you, Brange and Tyla. Thank you so much for making it
The
amazing.
Divine Rose.
Divine Rose,
Cheers,
yeah, I like how the bot goes. The Divine Rose. Thank you for the 50 bits, Divine Rose. I appreciate that very much. But yeah, everybody has their own playstyle. Everybody has their own take on what is good, not good. Trooper Bar! Oh my gosh, Trooper with their 85th gift sub in the channel. Going out to Gendo, Potty Mouth Brewing Company,
Trooper
Helen
Bear
the
just
Keller,
gifted 5
Magdalena,
subs.
and M Max. Thank you so much. Oh jeez, thank you so much for that 5 gift sub bomb. I will be giving out
High-speed
points
train.
at the end of the hype train. Level 1 is now complete. We are 72% of the way into level 2 already. Holy crud. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, Brian. Thank you for another 100 bits, Brange. I appreciate that so much. Appreciate that so much. Woo! Woo woo! But that's what makes Long Dark fun. Is there's no I don't believe there's a right way or a wrong way to play it. Whether you believe in using maps, loot tables, playing on Pilgrim, Voyager, Stalker, Interloper, no shame in your game. If you're playing the game, if you're playing the story mode, if you're playing the challenges. I think some of the challenges are fun. I mean, I think some of the challenges are cool. Yeah, the only wrong way to play Long Dark is not play Long Dark. Exactly. I said that a long time ago, and it still holds true this day. The only wrong way to play it is not play it. I'm not a big story character or story player. To me, the Long Dark story is meh. It's there. I'll play it, see where, you know, sort of get a little backstory on Astrid and Will. It's not a, in my opinion, it's not as good as a story as, say, even Horizon Zero Dawn, which I finished yesterday. Horizon Zero Dawn, I think, is a far superior story, world building, crafting the world around the characters, giving the characters depth. You know, so in that sense, you know, it doesn't match up to something like that or Red Dead 2. But I think for what it is, it's a good story. If I had someone in my stream earlier say, we can tell you cheese cooking 5. I was like, yeah, so. So they've known about my retort to that, Blades, is they have known about that in the game forever. If they wanted to change that, they could change that tomorrow to you get a skill up for every kilo of meat you cook. Every full kilo you cook, you get a skill up. If they wanted to change it tomorrow, they can change it tomorrow. It's not a big deal.
Happy birthday, Atheenon. Happy birthday to you.
It's not my birthday, although Markwar says I'm now 57 today. So I guess it is my birthday. Oh, Red Dead 2, the story in that is just without peer. It is just the story in that game is a story to stop.
Kill you,
Ruinstar! You didn't have to do that!
Star
Oh
just
my
gifted
god!
15 subs.
Ruinstar just gifted out 15 gifted subs. Going out to Gameslip, Kid, Mindsync, Riku, Erica Lee, Quintessa, Doctor Who, 9/11, Boo Baby, Tarkus, Mimosa, Evelyn, Vera Stella, Mara Makura, Donnie, Kabutzi, and I can't say the last name. Solus Domi. I can't. I'm bad with names. I'm sorry. Solus.
Miss Eleni just resubscribed for
And Miss Eleni came in with a 19-month
Happy birthday.
free sub. Oh my god, beat it. I trained level 5. really put us at hype train level 5. Oh, we're in hype train level 5. Oh, we're in hype train level 5. Oh, we're in hype train level 5. I was thinking, did we already reach hype train level 5? Mark Wars gifted out a tier 1 sub to Daisy Dog.
2043 gift subs in the channel.
Mark Wars with his... It's not my birthday.
Happy
It's
birthday.
not my birthday. It's not my birthday. Damn it, you're just trying to make
Happy
me old
birthday,
before my
dear
time. Trying to make me old before my time. I see how you are. It's not my birthday.
yes.
Ruin a Star hype indeed. Thank you for all the bits. I appreciate it so very much, Brand. Sorry, love, I would, but I just got sandwich and coffee today. Ooh, sandwich and coffee sounds good. Sandwich and coffee sounds real good.
This pack is getting too heavy.
I know. Happy not your birthday. It's not my birthday. It's not my birthday. We're gonna leave all these sticks at the exit. I just wanted to walk down there with no more sticks on me. I hate putting sticks down though, because then you have to pick them all back up again. And it's a real big pain in the butt to pick them all back up. You know, it's pumpkin spice season. I love pumpkin spice. Oh, I love the smell of pumpkin, like pumpkin bread. Oh, jeez. It's not my name day.
Happy
I like the
day,
smell of
baby.
pumpkin bread. That's so good. So delish. So we will be returning to this character on Monday, boys and girls.
Just subscribed.
Boogalash with the 4-month re-subaroo and another
Happy day, Atheenon.
happy day day. It's a happy day day. Is it a happy day day or a happy D day? I love the smell of pumpkin bread in the morning. Oh, it smells like victory. Oh, it smells beautiful. It smells absolutely beautiful in the morning. It truly does. I'm getting hungry though. Gosh, why am I getting hungry so early in the day? I ate last night. I had food. Brand, you just like seeing me do a little jump, don't you?
Happy.
See, every time it just like it overwhelms my ears.
Atheenon.
I need scissors. I'm doing amazing. Look at this. Look at this chat. Look at this chat. Got us up to hype train level 4 into 30%. 37% into hype train level 5. Ruinistar came in with a huge 15 sub bomb. There's been other people gifting subs. Branch has been throwing bits out, just like making it rain with the bits. Tyla gifted out some subs. Markor gifted out some subs. Boogalash resub for 4 months. Brand's been throwing the bits all over. Miss Elani resub. Tyler gifted out a sub. Can't forget Hazard Headline. Yeah, exactly. Hazard Headline started all this off by being the third person to put in some bits after Tyler and Brandon put in a whole bunch and try to get this party started. It's been crazy. But how you doing, I Need Scissors? We're doing good. We're doing good. We're actually getting ready for a little potty break and the second half of our stream, or third of our stream. Ooh, I got a hype train emote. Let's see what it was. Level 4 hype train. Hype yawn. Ooh. And thank you everybody with 24 subs, 1,510 bits. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for all the support, all the love. I appreciate that very, very much. You guys are just, you're insane. But a good insane. An insane that I like. Let's drop all those. Drop fur. Oh, jeez. Let's drop the reclaimed wood.
Happy insane day, Atheenon.
Happy insane day. It's insane day. It is insane day. Let's pick up a stick. That'll help us get a fire started. Let's pick up another stick. Holster that. Hey, Catan, how you doing? Hello, hello. Okay, so we got 2 rabbits on. I still haven't harvested these rabbits up. What a silly Atheenon. Not harvesting his rabbit. Whoops! Ruh-roh, Raggy. Well, thank you. I like my tutu. My tutu. My tutu. I like my tutu. Alright, so let's drop the fresh stuff here. Drop those here. Let's get a little fire started. Let's just cook this meat up so we have something to eat tonight. Boop. Always, 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 if you're lighting a fire inside, always try to light it with a torch if you can. The torch you'll get multiple tries off of. I should have actually, if I was being really smart, which I wasn't because I just don't care about matches as much as I used to. If I was being really smart, I would have gone outside first. This is what you really want to do. Go outside first. Put down a fire. Check to see if you have a mag lens chance. Get the fire going that way. Throw a stick on it. Get a torch out of it. Run back inside and make your fire. That's the smart way to do it. That's the saving match way of doing it. Because if you have that mag lens, you want to try to utilize it every time you can. You can do the same thing at a house, like if you're at the farmhouse in Pleasant Valley. Go outside, see if you have a mag lens fire in the fire pit outside before you start making a fire inside with a match. I know, I've done that too, Hots. I've done that too. Why can't you, like, take dry straw and twist a stick real fast to make a fire? Because they don't have that in the game. They don't have that in the game. What can you find in the bunkers? Depends on which bunker you have. You'll never find bunkers on Interloper because they don't exist on Interloper at all. But the bunkers that are out there, you'll either find ones that are very heavily in medicines, foods, or weapons. Those are sort of the three bunkers that you'll find out in the world. Yeah, fire strikers are great. I'll give us some water when we wake up.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
Shush-a-do about pee. She's obsessed with pee. Yeah, once you get the fire striker or the mag lens, it's nice because the game will not allow you to just accidentally start a fire or the game will not let you accidentally start things anymore. Because whenever you go, like right now, if I laid down another fire here, it automatically defaults to the fire striker. If I didn't have the fire striker, it would automatically default to the mag lens. So if you have a torch out, see, it gives you the option mag lens or fire striker. Oh, I guess you can't do it with the mag lens. But yeah, once you have the fire striker, it'll basically stop you from ever lighting a torch on accident ever again. Yeah, I hate that when I waste a match. That's so frustrating. Especially early game when you only have 12 matches. And sometimes it takes a little while to start a fire. You're like, no! There's no pots. Oh, jeez.
Imagine being jump scared.
Imagine being jump scared. I can imagine it. There's my other pot. There's my other pot. You notice how I fell asleep for 10 hours, but my water didn't burn off?
Walk with this much
That's because when you're at low level skill, well, not low level, when you're at less than level 5 cooking skill, water takes approximately 2 hours to boil 2 liters in pots. And then it also in the pot will have a time that it will take before it will boil off. So if you set your fire to 2 hours, a little over 2 hours, put your pots on there, fill them with 2 liters of water each. You can then go sleep as long as you want. The fire will burn out because it's only set for like about 2 hours, and an indoor fire pretty much lasts only as long as that indoor fire is set for. So you then can go ahead and have your water boiling, you can sleep, you can get some rest, and then you get up in the morning and you got 4 liters of water all ready to go, so you are not thirsty anymore. It's just a life hack for the game, so you aren't constantly running out of water. And then now we have all these teas. See, we only have 2.53 kilos of medicines, and most of that is birch bark tea at this point. All these little ones, these don't matter. These don't even weigh anything. Let's break that down. I don't know why. I did not sleep. I'm going to tell you right now, I did not sleep well last night. I can't repair in the dark. One step away from you. It's a repair in the dark. Well, hard to put the bedroll back down in the dark here, too. I look fresh. I don't feel fresh. I do not feel fresh at all. Alright. So we got all that stuff there. Sharpen that up real quick. I don't feel fresh. He's not fresh or exciting. Alright, that one's repaired up. We'll leave one of those down at the farmhouse. I like having bedrolls scattered around. Guess what? If a bear ruins my bedroll, there's no bad thing that'll happen to me. What's the best route for the gold mine? I usually go, the route to the gold mine I usually take is the long one. It goes across the rope bridges and stuff. I like that one the bestest. Because you can loot up all the stuff along the way and kill a bear. But see, if you want to go directly to the gold mine, you could go the rope climb way. Just make sure you have enough stuff to make like a snow shelter, because you'll probably need that along the way. Or enough fuel to like make a fire, and then try to sleep before you make the last descent. Because you gotta climb 1, 2, 3 ropes to get up to the top. Or have stims along, that always helps too. Stims are always a good thing too. So either have lots of fuel so you can sleep, have stims so you can just stim your way up the ropes. But yeah, the ropes are probably the quickest way. I don't usually take them. Well, actually, that route is 4 rope climbs. You gotta go 1, 2, 3 ropes up, and then you have to go 1 rope down to get to the gold mine. So it's actually 4 ropes. I like the route that's a little more long and around than that, but that's just me. Hey, it's somebody soda. Well, yeah, I don't like mountain goating though.
If I don't...
There's a rope there, I'll take the rope. Just because it can be done doesn't mean I'm going to do it. Because who knows? Next time they put out an update. Hey, let's put a kill wall in there so people can't do that anymore. Like they did in Mountain Town. There's kill walls all over Mountain Town. I do not like mountain goating down in Mountain Town because there are kill walls everywhere. By the way, this box of crackers is always here in the Hilltop. Ah. Let's drink a nice 0% Slurpee soda. That was good. Do other spots after the gold mine when you have more carry weight? Yeah, usually I go into Ash Canyon with 40 kilos anyway. I go in with 40 anyhow, and I've been playing so long on 40 that it's like another 5 is nice, but it's not like it's gonna make me or break me. You know what I'm